Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Plague Bird, Slice the Elder, Hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Slice the Elder, Master Maticus, Despot Cini, and Squigs. Hello, hello. Good evening. Fosty254, thank you for the subscription. Very much appreciated. Hello. Sir Kells, welcome, welcome. So I'm here, back with more Spire. I think I've satisfied myself. Realized I should put a pause there so that I didn't make it, that the complete sentence. With the Necrobinder, I think I've figured out enough about the Necrobinder, and I feel like the way the Necrobinder plays, while interesting in some respects, was getting a little bit stale for me. I still think, based on the characters I've played so far, and the card pools that I've looked at, that the Defect is one of my favorite characters in this game. Probably my favorite character. At the moment, it's my favorite character and probably will remain that way. I feel like my previous attempts were flawed. I had some incomplete understanding, and I'm going to revisit the Defect to see what I can figure out. Because it was a struggle on Ascension 10, and I have a feeling still will be. But I'm going to make some more calculated decisions, spend a little more time on this run, and see if I can figure out how to play this character best. Because I feel like this is the big wild card for me. This guy and the Regent. But the Defect is the one that's the hardest nut to crack. So, without further ado, let's get rocking and rolling. I've brought you back. All right. 150 gold, gain 1 card reward and procure 1 random potion, or remove 2 cards and take some damage. So one of the things that I was doing with Necrobinder was there are enough ways to sort of force a win con, and her ability to fight in hallways is bad enough that I was ultra high valuing all of these little question mark nodes. I feel like that might still be valid, but Defect is stronger in Act 1 and thus can probably take more elites. The tricky thing about fighting elites is that if you don't have like AoE and you face the frog, you're doomed, right? There's a handful of things you like need to be able to fight all the different types of elite fights safely. Like, I'm not too worried about AoE for the 4 tentacles. I think that one you can sort of manage by downing them one at a time. I think if your deck is too thin and you don't have AoE, you are doomed to the frog boy. But like the tentacles, the clam thing, the bird, those are all fine. Defect design isn't your style, color scheme mostly. He's such a chonky, beautiful boy. But that's fair. By the way, do you know that the elites are determined based on the biome? Yes, I did. So, but I don't know the specific ones with each biome. So the kin must be the bird and another one. I know in Act 2 and 3, they don't have variants yet. But yeah, what are the 2 or more elites that can proc here? In Ancient. Ancients reside in these rooms. I guess I should look that up. It's probably good information to know. Iowa, if you happen to know, I'm interested. Or if you just have like something you can link to. But I'm going to go on sort of the previous assumption that I'd had from the way I was playing Necrobinder and roll with that. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, thank you. Because with Necrobinder, and I want to phrase this in a way that's not like arrogant, because I don't want, like, I think it's a problem. This is not like, I won 4 in a row. And I feel like for someone who's still like in my runs, I'm like, ooh, that's a new card. I've never seen that before. Or that's a new relic, or that's a new event. That shouldn't be possible at the highest difficulty. Which makes me feel like, I don't know, Necrobinder's not so interesting to me anymore. I'm more interested in playing where I'm going to lose. And I feel like pretty confident I'm going to lose. I'm going to try removing 2 cards. The strikes are still really bad. And we'll head up this way. Please draw something funny at the end of the map for future Slurgy. We'll draw a cute little like mountain scene. We'll draw some mountains. There'll be a sun in the corner. And maybe a little river. Give him some snow caps. Some gentle clouds in the sky. Okay. Drew something fun for future Slurgy. So let's try removing 2 cards. This would be really good in Slay the Spire 1, just because you've got a little bit of consistent damage output. All you've got to do is block. Oh, hold on. Let me send that one more time. Iowa, Iowa. There we go. Okay, so you were an Overgrowth. Gotcha. So we got the Bygone Effigy, the Burdonus, and the Frog Parasite. Oh boy. Yeah, these are terrible. These are like the worst 3. Well, that's not true. Burdonus is really not too bad. Frog Parasite is a nightmare. And the Bygone Effigy is fine sometimes. I think we can do this fight without taking any damage whatsoever. And is it going to go on long enough to play the dual cast? So the real question there is, right, 16 damage. So if I think it will take 6 turns or more, then it's best to leave this. Actually, no. Nope. I can back that up further. Right, we're looking at doing 16 versus 9, and then increments of 3. So 4 turns. It will definitely go... It will most likely go 4 turns from this point. So I'm just going to use a strike. So that would be 2. Or 1 from that point. Although... Yeah, so... I shouldn't have done that strike. I was doing math and then clicking it. Whoops. But actually, so I was thinking, like, if I had done the dual cast previously, I think he'd just barely be in death range, and we wouldn't be in this situation, though I shouldn't have played that extra strike. Oh, that's stupid. Okay. The Chaucer, hello, hello. Okay. But I think that's good information. Yeah, I probably should have just played the dual cast. Okay, I think Iteration is like a fine card. And I don't think Thunder is great, but it is good damage right now. How far up the gizmo thingy are you now? The Spire? We're just starting. We're on floor 2. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe Thunder is fine. Beam Cell's pretty bad right now, even though I think it's maybe a good card, but one of the things I realized is I probably was undervaluing like temp focus and orb based play. What does this upgrade to? 8 damage? An upgrade's not very exciting, but Sown is also not exciting. So folks, good luck today. Well, hey, thank you, Cycling. So let's do 9 HP and heal. I feel like I've already kind of scuffed this run a little bit. And is this still just, yeah, upgrades the same. Maybe I just upgrade Zap. I'm kind of interested in upgrading this. It'll pretty reliably be 4 damage. I mean, it will reliably be 4 damage on the first shuffle always. And Zap might let me play, say, an extra strike, which would be 6 damage. But not necessarily. Let's try Zap. Losing 18 HP just feels real bad. Not going to be at a shop for a little while. I wonder if it would have been better to go this way. To like pick up like value cards from the shop even. Well, I'm going to go with the smaller amount of gold. Alright, so Thunder and Strike. So we'll play the dual cast, which will hit for big damage. See you later, nerd. Okay, so previous Slurgy would have always taken boost away because I loved the idea of Junk Defect. I think I still kind of do. But I want to try maybe re-looking at how to balance Defect and still make use of orbs. I was too hyper-focused on the fact that we lost Biased Cog and thought that maybe orbs were a failed archetype, and I think that's probably not true. And that's why I was struggling with the Defect previously. Go for the Eyes, of course, is just a great card. Yeah, previous Slurgy would have definitely taken one of these two. But let's experiment with Focus Strike and kind of think about how much it's helping along the way. So if this were Go for the Eyes, that'd be a lot better. Well, no, it wouldn't really. And I think we can full block versus the Nimbit. Hopefully he just doesn't attack next turn, or doesn't attack much. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, there's 3 different acts, the Chaucer. Sorry, I didn't answer your question earlier. Yeah, there's 3 different acts. And each act has... how many floors, actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then the boss, okay. Which I think is the same as Spire 1. Blood Metal Look 2, hello, hello. How's it going? It's going well. Now I think Hotfix is the better card, and I think Cold Snap is pretty interesting, but given the Thunder that we already acquired, that kind of makes the Tempest pretty appealing, doesn't it? Given that this is likely to evoke the Lightning with Thunder and make it do more damage. It should end some fights really fast, right? Let's try it. I guess. Take damage to gain gold. I don't think I want to add to Clumsy. Maybe a random relic is okay, but... yeah, Clumsy's not that bad. It's true. But I'm generally speaking pretty reluctant to add things like that to the deck. So, alright, so let's think. So now with this new information from Iowa, thank you, about what can be in Overgrowth, where we're facing the Kin. We've got the Bygone Effigy, which is the statue, who says, why are you still here? How would we do against him? Kind of okay, actually, with Tempest and Thunder. Kind of okay, despite not having many attacks. I think we would lose... this is a total ballpark estimate. Keeping in mind we've got the potion, but even without the potion, I think we'd lose... well, I don't know, maybe like 30 hit points. Maybe that's too much. Because it still takes us a little while to kill him. Kind of depends on draw order. Birdonus, which is just a big giant bird, maybe does a similar amount of damage. And the Frog Parasite probably nearly kills us, especially if like Thunder and Tempest are at the very back of the draw. But there is a campfire directly after. Let's see how close those estimates are. So my guess is without using a potion, and obviously using a potion would change things, against the statue, we would lose probably 30-ish hit points and go down to 11. Against the bird, we would lose 30-ish hit points, go down to 11. And against the Frog Parasite, we use the potion or we're dead. Okay. So let's see how close to accurate this is. So again, my guess is losing around 30-ish hit points. Okay, so definitely doing the zap. Sucks that the thunder is not in play yet. I think that's what makes the biggest difference. So given that, it's probably sensible to play the cure-all, right? I think we want the thunder in play on this turn. So I guess I'm not going to see the result of my estimate exactly, but this feels way cleaner to me. Because this will make the dual cast, you know, go from 16 to adding an additional 12, which is pretty crazy. All right, so that'll be 28 damage. So if the dual cast is 28 damage, this will be an extra 3. Draw pile's empty, so everything will be back in the shuffle. I'd probably play dual cast defend defend. I'm just wondering about getting the Tempest out. I might do dual cast. Defend Tempest for 1. Hey Slurg, will you slay the Architect today? We'll try. Tempest doesn't have exhaust anymore? It does not. So Focus Strike will be an extra. This is basically attacking for 11. How much damage do we have next turn? Because I think that's an interesting thing we can actually calculate out. Right? So he's currently at 52. So we'll do 6 damage, which will put him at 46. So how much damage can we do next turn? So we can do, let's see, so 8 plus 8 plus 6 plus 6 from the dual cast. And then the orb that's there, and then the zap orb is 34. If we were to Tempest at that point, it would only generate 2, which would just be another 3 and 3. So that'd be 40. However, there's a different way of doing it. We can dual cast at the end, right? No, we can't. We can't dual cast after Tempest. So and actually we can do 43 damage next turn if we were to Tempest for 1 and strike. So given that, if we can do 43, Tempest would evoke 2. Yes, but then we couldn't play the dual cast. Actually, it would evoke 3, right? So we could make it, so if we didn't play the dual cast, for example, we could play Zap and Tempest, which would evoke 3 and let 3 sit there. So that would be 8 plus 8 plus 8 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3, which is 51. Well, that was what I was thinking. All right, so hold on. Dual cast first. Gets rid of this orb. Then Zap brings us up to 2, so it goes back to 2. And then Tempest evokes twice. No, that's true. That is lethal. Right, so this would be 16. Yeah. So that would be enough damage. Right, how much is it total? So dual cast and Zap will just replace. And then Tempest will evoke 2. So dual cast will evoke 2, this will evoke 2, and then we'll end up with 3. So we have 9 plus essentially 4 times 8 plus 6, so 14. Is that right? Is it that much damage? No, yeah, it only evokes 3 times. 3 times. Which is 51 damage. In total. Yeah, Tempest evokes once, Tempest evokes once, Tempest evokes once. So that's 51 damage. So that's not lethal unless we do a tiny bit of damage here. So we have to do 1 attack. And now we have lethal. Now we have like way more than lethal. Oh god. So did lose around, I mean, lost around 30 hit points. Had to use the potion though. Yeah, off by 2. Off by 2 from the estimate, but that was... Had to use the potion, though we had to use the potion because of draw order. Basically fixing that. Okay, I think Lightning Rod is a really good card. Classic Vajra on Defect. Classic Vajra on Defect. I think this card is really good. And I think it'll be really good with Thunder too. And so unfortunately I think we need to rest and then go this way. Now, in total have faced 2 hallway fights, so there still should be a lower difficulty hallway fight, which I think means we can upgrade something to ensure that it goes more smoothly if we're only going to rest 1 time. So I think we can upgrade here. I think upgrading Lightning Rod is okay because we're like always going to play it. Upgrading Focus Strike I think seems pretty good, except that I think Thunder is like better. Or like makes it so that evoking the orbs is like something we want to do, or I'm thinking about upgrading Tempest. It's either Tempest or Lightning Rod. I'm going to try upgrading Tempest. You know, this does make it so that when we play it for 0, we always get at least a Lightning Orb. It's kind of like Zap, but you can play it earlier for more Lightnings if you want. Anchor. Okay, so this is one of the more difficult ones from the pool. Yeah, so we had a hallway fight from one of the question marks. Must have. Because we've added 4 cards to the deck. Right, so... Oh wow, we can see... Oh, this is great. We can actually go back and see what happened. Oh, here's the 3 combats here. They're actually all on the map. Okay, I'm an idiot. But that's okay. So let's play Tempest for a bunch of lightning. I think that's the most damage. And there's certainly no way to kill this turn. But we're close. All right, so currently doing 12 from the orbs. Yeah, pretty good. And I think we'll get more damage from Thunder than this strike. So we'll take 5, and hopefully only 5. Yeah. Synthesis is like okay. We like making powers free. Go for the Eyes is a pretty good card. So thinking about the elite that we just fought, which was Burdonis, we're now going to face either the Bygone Effigy or the Frog Parasite. And either one could kill us. So I guess there's that. Even with resting. Go for the Eyes kind of doesn't help that much against either. Yeah. Do need defenses in the deck, I agree. And Weak is just a really strong mechanic that remains relevant later. So let's rest, because we have to. And might just die anyway. Feeling a little dead. I don't think the Touch of Insanity is likely to help us. But I think this elite feels like the strongest of all of them. in my estimation. So I might do Touch of Insanity on the Focus Strike next turn to invoke as much as possible with the Tempest. Yeah, this guy's brutal, like, right? He's just completely brutal. So would it make sense to dual cast here? All right, so it would be 16 damage. But next turn, the focus will offset this orb that we lost by an extra 1 damage. But I think we still just dual cast. Can't imagine that that's any other way. So yeah, I'm gonna do the Touch of Insanity on the Focus Strike, which feels kind of silly, but this should hit. Yeah, okay. All right, actually, you know, that kind of did work. Oh, come on damage. Stone Calendar. At the end of turn 7, deal 52 damage to all enemies. I don't know that I've seen this in Spire 2 yet. How lovely. I like how I left a mountain for myself. Let's see. Tempest to just hope for a Chem X? We're Frost Orbs. We were offered a Cold Snap. We were offered a Cold Snap. I guess Barrage is still decent damage with the Vajra and the Tempests. All right, so we should expect this to do 18 damage pretty reliably. I don't feel like that's what the deck needs, but we are going to go to a shop and we can maybe compensate. It still makes the deck better, so I think it's worth grabbing. All right. Are there any more Battle Brothers runs planned for next time? I think certainly there will be more Battle Brothers at some point, for sure. So I like Card Remove, I like Lightning Rod, Charge Battery, and Orrery. Those are all the things that I like here. Yeah, I like the planets. Always like the planets. We can do the Orrery first and see what the deck needs, but those are the things that kind of stand out to me. I feel like Loop in Spire 2 is awful, because then so much of the focus is temporary. Like, you lose it. Orrery is weaker now. It only gives commons? Really? Are you sure? I don't think that's true. I have picked Orrery, and I'm pretty sure was given non-common options. Let's see what. Yeah, here's an uncommon in the first one. Uncommon here. Has reduced chance. Okay. All right. But that's different from can only give. That's dramatically different. All right. So what are the things we like here? We like Glacier. I think we like Storm even. Hologram and Leap are both okay. Double Energy probably still pretty good. Don't think I'm going to take a Beam Cell. I'm going to really focus on the orb damage. I think a Leap from this one is okay. So I originally wrote off Capacitor as being bad, but maybe Capacitor's not terrible. In any case, I think the Glacier is the pick here. Yeah, these are good ones. I agree, Apples and Fruits. But I think it's just got to be Glacier. And I'm a little bit curious about Storm. It does upgrade it too. Storm with Thunder, and it's kind of a long-term prospect where it's, you know, it's not going to help us by the time we fight this elite. or excuse me, end of act boss. So maybe it's not worth adding to the deck. Maybe it's too much dead weight. Does double energy still? Yeah. Upgrades to cost 0. I don't hate the double energy existing, given that we have Tempest. I'm gonna grab a leap. Skip here. Maybe grab hologram. Being able to hologram, for example, I'll, you know, go for the eyes or zap. Or even the Tempest Plus is totally reasonable. We have 3 really good hits with it. So I think it's already pretty decent. And maybe skip the storm, even though I'm kind of tempted. The deck would be really well served by, oh, that one card that makes lightning, based on how many lightning you've made so far. But I'm just gonna skip the storm. Yeah, skip the slime for now. Probably wise to skip the slime for now. So let's card remove a strike. And I'm honestly tempted by Lightning Rod. I think this card is really good. I really do. It block and it make you do more damage over time. You don't want too many, because it does just queue up more. Alright, so you don't want, maybe even 2 is too many even at the moment. Charge battery is also, like, decent. I don't hate charge battery. Charge battery also could, like, charge battery into Tempest too. Sure, I'm gonna grab the charge battery. Okay. These guys are mean. So let's go for eyes, the eyes back there. And then Glacier Lightning Rod. I think that'll be better than the dual cast. Okay, so Thunder, Zap, and Tempest does a ton of damage, blocks for 10, and how likely are we to get a kill with that? We can play these two because we know we're just going to. So this will evoke 3. So we would do 8 plus 6 and 8 plus 6. So we would do chunks of 14 damage. So I guess they would both have to hit this guy, and then some follow-up lightning damage. So probably safest to just leap, and then we full block. We'll be creating 1 more lightning next turn. Yeah, that's pretty good. So we can do the focus strike there. Okay. Blop, blop, blop. Barrage. Got him. Overclock. I think this card is just really good. We just really like Overclock. We like seeing our cards. Not so great in long combats, but I still think it's the best option here. And gonna have to rest. 16 HP is way too few. And probably gonna use the power pot, and probably gonna use the power pot in the first round. We don't have any AoE, and their damage is gonna be unfocused. So we're gonna end up killing the kin followers, which I think is fine, but... Okay, so... Probably it's gonna be the coolant, because I think this fight's gonna go on for a really long time. Keep in mind that the Kin Priest has an ability that makes us frail, so our block cards are going to block for less. And so Coolant is kind of like, all orbs can be frost orbs, but just once. So probably just Coolant. I feel like that's the play. So then, do I focus damage on the Kin Priest, or do I actually just like focus damage on like the followers? I kind of think focusing damage on the followers makes more sense, given the random distribution of damage that we're going to be putting out. We can actually go for the eyes on anyone though, because we're going to full block no matter what. Right, there's no point to saving energy or anything like that. So we can always just do this. So I think we barrage and go for the eyes on this front Kin follower, because he has the lowest hit points. And he gains strength. Okay, so now they're attacking for 5 billion, which I don't like. Thunder has to be put into play. Thunder charged battery. These are going to get played for sure. Remember, we have calendar. True. But I think the deck puts out enough damage that these guys end up dying before turn 7. Pretty reliably. And this will end up being follow-up on the Kin Priest. Again, keeping in mind that a lot of our damage is unfocused. So I'm happy to just gun one down. Maybe we end up sparing the second if the unfocused random damage goes on the Kin Priest. And we're getting close to turn 7. But I think for now, focusing on one I think is pretty valid. So would Focus Strike Tempest be more damage? Or would Tempest plus just simply be more damage? I think given that the Evoke does extra damage, probably it's just evoking the extra orb, right? So the Focus Strike is essentially adding 13 damage, whereas evoking an extra lightning can be thought of as being 14. So I guess it's pretty close, and this one is, pardon my pun, focused. So maybe I care about the damage being applied on one enemy for now, so maybe the Focus Strike is better even if it's 1 less damage overall. I'm gonna take a bunch of damage, so all this might be irrelevant. We'll see. Probably worth overclocking here. I think we want to find the Glacier. I don't like putting a burn in the discard pile in the first shuffle. Can just play everything else, right? I do think that's also a reasonable option. Because we would block for, right, I guess we're weak and not frail. So we'd block for 14 from cards. We've got 2 already, so it'd put us at 16, which I guess is full blocking. No, he's hitting for 9. So we take 3. I think taking 3 is worth not putting the burn in the draw pile for the first shuffle. The benefit to playing the overclock there, though, that I didn't mention, is that it makes it so that we could play the Glacier and then put it back in the draw pile. Something to consider. Here I like Glacier Lightning Rod. Get more lightning rods. It's an awful lot of damage. So Stone Calendar is at 5. Yikes. So even if we do the 11 damage here, this guy can't die. That sucks. So probably just go for the eyes on the Kin Priest and then defend, leap, defend. A big old Tempest seems kind of okay here. Probably should charge battery first. Or even Focus Strike. Make it so that this guy almost for sure dies. I think I like that better. Okay, and we'll have Stone Calendar will proc. So let's play our Zap, and I think now I'm happy to overclock. See more options. I suppose I should have done the overclock first, given that Focus Strike is in the draw pile. Yeah, definitely should have. So we're weak, making these attacks a little bit weaker. Stone Calendar's gonna proc. So let's let it. And then I guess the fight's over. Okay. Alright. Voltaic is here. This is pretty good for the deck right now. I think the deck, at this point, with Voltaic, now, imagine a Stone Colander. That's right. Your spaghetti has never been rinsed better. I think Voltaic is pretty great for the deck. Now we just need defense. The deck just simply needs defenses. And that's it. This is all the damage we need. We do need to upgrade it. Okay. Tez Katara. Now how silly would it be if you were unmade by one of his own? Ooh, little Slay the Spire 2 lore here. Yeah, Yummy Cookie seems pretty good. These other ones are terrible. I feel like Yummy Cookie is the only one that's even good. Haven't even evaluated which 4 cards I would upgrade, but it's gotta be Yummy Cookie. So let's kind of think of the path we want to take before deciding which cards to upgrade, because I think there's something to consider there. Right, so one of the things I'm thinking is the upgrade on Voltaic we'll want before the boss, but we don't need for any hallway or elite fights. We can get by with only playing this exactly one time. So if I think there's going to be sufficient campfires or opportunities to upgrade, then we don't need to pick that as one of the cards we're upgrading. All right, so Act 2 always has the same elites. There's only one, biome for Act 2. So we've got the Decimillipede, the Antomancer, and Infested Prism. Decimillipede's the 3 centipede things that are all stuck together, where when you kill one, it'll resurrect in 2 turns. Antomancer is the one that punishes you for playing attacks. And then the Infested Prism is the one that actually you benefit from playing attacks against. I feel like the deck is okay against all of them, pretty bad against the Decimillipede, but maybe not even that bad. Going to 2 shops would be nice for a potential Chem X, though we might not have enough for it at the first shop. True. I don't think we would have enough here, and unlikely even here, right? The deck is very good against the B. Yeah, against the Entomancer, I agree. I still don't hate going the right path. I like the abundance of campfires here before potentially, I think there's some nice branching paths at the end of the act. This feels a little dangerous here in the center, and then the shop feels too early. And then the left side is just all hallway fights, and hallway fights suck. Alright, so let's upgrade 4 cards. And I think given this right path and an opportunity to upgrade, I think at the end. Some events could be great here too, far more valuable than most. Yeah, I mean, I think that's just true. Just in general. So choose 4 cards to upgrade. What are the cards we would want to upgrade? I think we always play Lightning Rod when we see it, that we don't always get attacked. Thunder feels pretty good right now, honestly. GFTE should be upgraded. Yeah, go for the eyes. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we wanna make enemies weak for 2 turns. for sure. So I kind of feel like I like go for the eyes and thunder. I don't even hate upgrading overclock just to draw one extra card. But I think I'm going to do the lightning rod and dual cast for free could help, but is it necessary? Well, here's one potential situation, which I think is not that uncommon. Dual cast is in the same hand as our Tempest, and being able to dual cast after casting Tempest, pretty relevant, right? So it's not just that it costs 0, it's that it costs 0 and we could play it after Tempest, which I think is pretty nice. Yeah, hologram is also an okay upgrade, right? I don't care so much about getting rid of exhaust for now, but just giving a little extra block. I kind of feel like upgrading dual cast is actually fine. Yeah, I think like upgrading Glacier could be okay, but often it is enough block on the turn when you play it. Not always. Some of these enemies hits real hard. So I think I like these picks. I like these picks. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right, so we can go for the eyes on whoever we want, because we're going to play like everything, right? So I think actually we go for the eyes back here, just for the damage, because we're already full blocking, and he's buffing. We'll play the leap because we like going into the skies. Right, so here I like playing the Glacier and then the dual cast after. Or we could dual cast now. Now let's just do that. Yeah. It's pretty nice. Okay. Storm is here, Cold Snap is here. Skip? Might just be skip. Again, I think the deck just wants things that cycle, things that give us energy, basically like card efficiency type things, and also defensive cards. We're not going to be wanting for damage with this Voltaic in the deck, so I think this is a skip. These are all offensive and not in a way that we need. Blue skip turn button is much more powerful in this game. No. You don't say. We already have our core already, just need acceleration and getting it. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly right. So I think given that the Thunder is still in the draw pile, I'm going to dual cast before Glacier instead of the other way around. Make sure we still got that Lightning Orb there. Kind of a bad draw to have all our defense there, or we're going to get hit for, yeah, like 1 billion. Yikes. So Barrage does some awfully good damage here. So between Barrage, Focus Strike, and Leap, honestly, this is pretty good block. I think that was the best line. I don't think there were any alternatives there on that one. So is there anything we would hologram? We could hologram a Zap, which wouldn't really make a difference. Would the Tempest be lethal? So we would do 8, and then another 8, and then 9. 8 plus 8 plus 9. So 16 plus 9, 25. That is enough. So I think just this is sufficient. Cool. Skip? Skip. I like glass orbs, just in general. That's my statement. But I don't think there's any world where we would take any of these. We don't need another leap. I like the one leap. But we don't need another. I like how this game helps you practice small numbers arithmetic. They're much harder to do when you're doing them live, in case you were curious. All right, here I think we just play the Tempest. Thank you, Anchor. This fight could suck. So it is take 5 damage, so it is blockable. It's not lose X HP. So we can leave them in the deck, right? So we could, for example, play Lightning Rod and Charge Battery and then play one of the Toxics because it blocks for the same value as the Defend. Compact would be good here. Compact would be good here. I agree with that. Okay, so go for the Eye is good value, attacking that back might. And then I guess we focus strike it too, because it's ahead on the cycle, gaining strength. This guy's gonna hit big next turn. Let's see, do I want the... I think I want the lightning orbs in front of the frost orbs, actually. So we can dual cast it after doing thunder. And here I'm gonna play the leap. It's more block than the playing the Toxics. I'm taking 8. Oh, right, we generated one from, that's right, Lightning Rod. Yeah. Kind of forgot about that. Well. So Thunder Voltaic just kills them, though. So that's nice. Okay. Is Hotfix even good right now? I kind of think it's not. It does make the Frost Orbs block for more. It makes the lightning orbs hit for more, but... the zero cost is good. You think it's very good here? Was the most edible / palatable character in Slay the Spire 2? I guess it's got to be the Ironclad. Defect's too scrawny. Regent, don't go eating otherworldly organisms. That's dangerous. Defect is just like junk. And Necrobinder, there's no nutrition there, just calcium. So it's got to be the Ironclad. Okay. Card remove good here. Could make a banger broth from the Necro. That's true. You know what card I kind of like? I'm not going to grab it because I think it's kind of bad on Defect. I actually like Prolong. Eating otherworldly creatures is how you get superpowers, no downsides? Well, then maybe we should be eating the Regent. The Regent might be delicious. Who knows? Focus Potion only costs 51. Does that seem really good? But regardless, I think it's card remove probably. Forgot one character in the analysis there. Did I? Silent was too scrawny. I said Silent. Regent, Necrobinder, Ironclad. Are we gonna bring in the Watcher? Do we invoke Slay the Spire 1 here? Is that valid? Yeah, I just said Silent was too scrawny. I think I just do card remove. get rid of a strike. Yeah, Turbo's good, right? Turbo is also a really nice target for hologram. But Turbo is just a common card, so we may see it in our card rewards too. So do I think an elite is a good idea here? I think it's fine. But could just do 2 upgrades in these campfires. There is going to be a option for an elite up here, and I think after that one, it'll probably be the only one we do. So I'm going to skip this elite. Play a little cautiously. So let's upgrade. And then I'm going to upgrade again at the next one, assuming the fight doesn't go terribly. So maybe hologram's a decent upgrade now. Hotfix also probably pretty okay. Focus Strike not awful, but I'd rather upgrade the hotfix because that's something we would maybe like grab with the hologram and like always play. So thinking about the potential, you know, fight here and then also, you know, the Insatiable. We're going to want the hologram to be upgraded by the time we fight the Insatiable for sure, because we may need to like guarantee being able to grab one of the 1-cost runaway cards or whatever. And I feel like hologram may want to get replayed if we get into a long drawn out fight against the Decimillipede. All right, so the order doesn't matter yet, but it's about to. Probably don't need to use the regen pot. I was thinking like, when do we use it? Because I don't want to ever throw that away. But realistically, we'll have an opportunity. The elite fight will go longer than the hunter killer. Okay. So we have to think, we're going to play the things that we would need strength or dex for first. It's a big hit. So could hologram something like the hotfix? Hologram hotfix Tempest. Take a bunch of damage. Could play the overclock. We're already losing a little bit of dex there. But that could find us... If it found us a glacier, that'd be sweet. If it found the voltaic, that would be disappointing. If it found us the go for the eyes, that's still good. Yeah, so I'm going to play the hologram first. And then we're going to grab the hotfix. Then I am going to play the overclock. Okay, so we found thunder. Probably not going to bother with a block for 3. So I think it'll just be like hotfix, thunder, tempest dual cast. Ow. Is Zap Voltaic lethal? Might be. Right, so it'll actually invoke 4. Oh yeah, that's definitely lethal. Yeah. Cool-Headed Plus. I think the deck likes Cool-Headed Plus, especially with the addition of these 0-cost cards, with an X+1 card. Yeah, I think the Cool-Headed Plus actually pretty good. I'm just gonna click it. And so unfortunately, I kind of feel like resting here. I do want to fight this elite. I want to go through these question marks. And we're going to try to make this fight efficient so that we don't rest before the act boss. We do have the regen pot, something to keep in mind. Right, so we've got 15 HP stored up here. Cool-headed plus definitely needed for the deck. Yeah, the deck's very happy with this pickup. How likely are we to die if we don't rest? Again, keeping in mind we got the 15 hit points from the regen pot. Seems possible, and I do want to fight the elite for a relic. A bowler hat! No. Well, let's see what this is. I'm gonna keep the regen pot over the second Blessing of the Forge. That's a shame. That event's disappointing. Enchant a card with perfect fit. Whenever you shuffle, put this card on top. Ooh, there's some interesting options here. So there's two that stand out to me as being reasonable. I don't think I want to do remove 2 cards to add normality. Not before the fight without a guaranteed remove. If we had a shop in the path, I think just removing 2 cards and adding a normality is totally reasonable. But enchanting a card with perfect fit, I'm actually thinking I kind of like Voltaic. Because by the time we shuffle, we want to play it. And it will often just simply be lethal. And even if it isn't lethal, if it's, for example, an act boss, then if we have Voltaic and then within that second shuffle, we draw our hologram, then we get to play it a second time in that second shuffle, right? So hologram, unless it's also in the first starting hand, which of course is possible. So I kind of like giving it to Voltaic, despite the fact that it exhausts right now. So that seems a little silly, but we're gonna upgrade it later at the time when it matters. So this is a long-term play. The other option is just overclock. When you shuffle, draw more cards. It's like bag of prep, but only for your shuffles. Kind of. But regardless, I like the idea of Voltaic. So we're gonna go with that one. Hello, excuse me? Game? All right, so we're gonna use the regen pot. Bag of prep if the bag was on fire? Yeah, bag of prep if the bag was on fire. Well, this sucks. I don't even know that I dual cast, given that our Thunder's not in play yet. Give me that defend back. At least we full block. When you play an attack, you gain energy back. Hello? Gain? So let's see. If we Glacier and then evoke those 2 Frost Orbs, we don't quite full block, but it's pretty close. I mean, I guess that's the play. If Stone of Calendar ends up relevant in this fight, I'll be sad. Alright, so Go for the Eyes won't generate energy, but it will give him a little blop. Blop. So probably just Thunder, Charge Battery, Lightning Rod. Don't need to think about this one too much. Voltaic on the shuffle, can it possibly be lethal already? Maybe. So we could do Hotfix. Okay, hold on, let's think about this. Hotfix and Focus Strike, and then play the Overclock, which would make the Voltaic... Ooh, that seems pretty good, right? Let's do this. Let's see if we find more either Focus or Lightning Generation. All right, that's pretty good. That's just about good enough. All right, I think we've got him. Yeah. Kunai. That is worthless for us right now. Good fight. Yeah, that was a really good fight. Turbo. I think I still like Turbo. I still like Turbo with the card draw that we've got. Now that we added the Cool-Headed Plus, now that we got the Overclock. I still don't think Tesla Coil's good. Because it doesn't, when it says trigger all lightning, it doesn't evoke them. It just triggers them. Yeah, nice Turbo, nice Turbo. Okay, so Hotfix, Zap Tempest. That's a pretty strong start to this. It's a lot of lightning, a lot of damage on the Ovocopter. So once we find our Voltaic, pretty much we'll kill them. Tesla's pretty good with more orb slots. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's true. So could hologram the Hotfix and play the Glacier? I want to play the Thunder. We could happen to overclock into our Turbo. But we might not. Could also hologram the, whoa. I just clicked a button on OBS, whoops. No, I'm gonna greed it a little bit. I'm gonna play like that. And we're gonna take a little bit less damage. And by a little bit less, I mean 0. Alright, let's see what the Cool-Headed finds. Voltaic, you're late. Regardless, I think this is okay. Right, and I'm not going to play the Turbo Defend, obviously. Shrek Militaire, hello, hello. Hey, doing good, sirs? Yes, how are you doing, good sirs? So let's play the Voltaic. Somehow that felt like not enough damage. I guess it makes a pretty big difference to not have the Thunder in play. Didn't really think about what the number would be. Somehow that felt really low. Not quite full blocking. Let's kill this guy. Maybe the lightning will finish off the front one. Oh, I thought maybe that would make him, like, make his intent just be swapped to always resummon, because he will resummon. Alright, let's see what Overclock finds. Nothing? So, Glacier Leap Zap. And then take a bunch of damage. Could weaken him. I think that saves enough hit points to be worth. Okay. I would like to... Okay, there he goes. Now he's summoning them. Now that it just doesn't matter. Cool. Flak Cannon is, like, okay to add to the deck. It's pretty bad to play in this upcoming fight unless it's the finishing blow. Is it worth adding? There are fights that we like getting rid of the statuses. We like getting rid of our own statuses from the overclocks and the turbos. Skim is also totally reasonable pick. Schema upgrades to 4. Flat cannon upgrades, I think, to 10 damage. 11. Okay. This is a tough choice. Yeah, I think they both could be relevant. Now, flat cannon does do a little bit extra damage because of our Vajra. Just started a Battle Brothers run on Reforged where you only hire beggars and Lone Wolf. Hey! The Lone Wolf and the little beggar compatriots. A lot of promised potential. Very exciting. Now, this is one for the Spireheads? Yes. So, Act 3 fights where we really care about statuses are mostly just that boss who adds like the 4 burns. Doormaker doesn't add statuses. The Queen doesn't add statuses. There's one more. Oh, the weird experiment number C38 or whatever can add statuses, but only if you take unblocked attack damage in phase 2. And I think phase 3, he actually, if it goes on long enough, will add burns. So it's mostly just our self-created statuses, and those do exhaust on their own when drawn. So I think, thinking about the upcoming fights that we could face, it could also be an okay finisher for the Insatiable, but obviously it's like a dead card until that point, or until close to that point. I think I like the Skim. And could we fight another Elite? Maybe, but I do really want to upgrade Voltaic, and it is unlikely we would for sure face the Decimillipede or Entomancer, right? Because Elites don't repeat, just like Inspire 1. Entomancer I feel really good against. I feel like the deck's really good against him. Decimillipede, not so great. I think we take a bunch of damage in that fight. So I'm going to go to the question mark. Oh, I don't really want to go shopping, though. I didn't want this. Now that we've got the Skim, just another turbo? And do I think I need a power pot to beat this fight? He does hit pretty hard. I don't think so. I don't think so. So let's upgrade the Voltaic. Definitely want to have this one upgraded for this fight. All right. The Insatiable. Wow. 0 cost. So let's overclock. Miserable. Glad we upgraded that though, I guess. Keeping in mind we've got the Blessing of the Forge, there was nothing too exciting there. I mean, I could have upgraded the the turbos to play them later, but that feels kind of stupid. Doesn't Perfect Fit give retain? No, Perfect Fit is you always put it on top when you shuffle. So at the time of our second shuffle, we will pretty reliably kill him by the end of that second shuffle. Because if we don't kill him the first time we play it, certainly we kill him the second time with Hologram. So we just need to generate enough block until that point. Obviously, this isn't the time when we do that. Ah, you were confusing it with the something approved, whatever it is. We'll probably end up hologramming a turbo here. Most likely. And then may end up using Blessing of the Forge after. after the cool-headed. Let's play the cool-headed and see what we draw. Yeah, so if we hologram a turbo and then upgrade the hand, that feels pretty good. Then we get to play it all, including the upgraded defense, which feels kind of important. This enemy design, I love it actually. Yeah. I wish you weren't hitting so hard on this turn. So we play that one, we play this one. And I'll play this one. Okay, so obviously we got to play this Frantic Escape. And we can play the Skim. We are going to play the Thunder. Could play the Charge Battery as well. But I kind of like playing the Skim. We would draw exactly 3, which is fine. We don't shuffle. Obviously, shuffling would be really bad. Is there a way we could draw and get completely screwed by the Frantic Escapes not being present to even be able to play them? I guess that's possible. But I like the idea of maybe just killing him next turn. If we draw like a bunch of focus or something. Or just like this stuff. So we can play the turbo to play it all. Well, no, that's not true. Just one Frantic Escape. But all of our bulky cards. So let's evoke all of the Frost. How much damage will this be? Quite a bit. Now, all we need to do is find our hologram, and we've won. May even win before then, potentially. So we're going to play our turbos now, because we're never going to reshuffle. And if we do, we don't care about the result. Actually, Stone Calendar might finish him. That's funny. Do we kill him before that? Never mind. I guess we kill him on that turn. Huh, we had lethal. Okay. Consuming Shadow Machine Learning Defrag. Defrag seems pretty good. It does upgrade to 2 focus. Defrag pretty good for the deck. I feel like it's just defrag, right? Focus that we can retain. Yeah, I'm just going to click defrag. Okay. And here's our boy Vaku. Lose 9 max HP, add 3 apparitions to your deck. Probably that one. Apps are nice. Yes. Thank you, Applebee's. Yeah, only 9 HP lost. Only 9 max HP lost. We don't lose any real hit points because we didn't go into the act fully healed. Giga Brain play. We knew we could eke out that little bit of efficiency by upgrading, not resting, not regenerating to full, and having it not matter by getting the apparitions it was meant to be. So we could go this way, go through the 2 question marks, potentially fight an elite, though I think the Act 3 elites are a little bit dicey for this deck. And then we've got 3 pretty decent choices here at the end. Going through just a slog of hallway fights just feels bad in every act. So I'm not going to go to the right. So let's do Distinguished Cape. Ha 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 ha, see? Now we're almost healed to full, if you think about it. put the frost orbs out. I'm going to angrily play this apparition. Let the record officially reflect I did that with anger. Okay, we probably will play the defrag. See what overclock finds. God. So we're definitely going to play the go for the eyes. It would be nice to proc kunai like once. So yeah, we want to upgrade defrag too as soon as possible. So I might do thunder and lightning rod. Blop. Hey. Get wrecked, sir. We're a spooky ghost. He can't hit us. Can't hit us again. And then we've got either skim or hologram. Nice. All right. So let's generate a bunch of these lightning orbs. And then all we got to do is shuffle our deck, and then we win. Or we can hologram the Voltaic right now and just play it. Cool. Skip? I think we skip. I don't think I want to add an unupgraded cool-headed. I don't think an unupgraded version of all these cards I think are not good enough. And we don't need weak when we've got the apparitions. So null just gets in our way. Especially like with apparitions, kind of the same as Spire 1. You want to have a thin deck. Like you don't want to add too many opportunities to not draw apparition, right? If cool-headed was green, it would be great. If cool-headed was green, it would be acceptable. All right, let's pick a fight. We don't want the royal poison. Lantern. We like Lantern. All right, let's create a custom card. So looking at the powers, I feel like I've only ever seen two options, and maybe more exist, and maybe the data miners already know this. I've seen upgrade a card at the end of combat and +2 strength, +2 dex. Neither one is particularly good. Skill, I've seen gain energy next turn and draw cards, I think. I'm more keen to make a skill here. Draw 3 cards. Add a random card to your hand, it costs 0 this turn. Let's just do draw 3 cards. This is a pretty good card. And I think the upgrades on it always give innate from what I've seen. Yeah. Which isn't bad for this card. Excuse me? Scrolls of Biting are so mean. So we can hotfix, hologram a hotfix. It's a yo-dog situation. So I don't think we need to play either of these potions yet. And let's focus damage on the one who's buffing. Igladub, hello, hello. Ka-ka! Oh, God. So now I'm gonna use a potion here. It's either the dex pot or the weak pot. So weak pot, 75% of 16. So we just bring him down to 12. So that would save us 4. This would be more. I guess the defrag is 2 block. Ugh. You kind of love the concept of this enemy early in Act 3. Do you? Sicko. I think I'm going to do the dex pot, lightning rod, charge, battery, defend. Lose just a smidge of max HP. Feel bad about it though. Found our apparitions. We focus. We blap. Skip. Skip. All right, so let's move up here and upgrade something. I honestly might upgrade this mad scientist. Or science, mad science. I suppose upgrading defrag is perhaps more value. I don't know. Maybe for the hallway fights, just getting through the deck faster and maybe finding an apparition earlier is relevant. Maybe since we have the anchor, it's less good. Yeah, we do have the lantern. We do have the lantern. But it's not the turn when we want to find the apparitions, usually, given that we have the anchor. But if we find two, we can just play both. We're going to have another opportunity for an upgrade here soon. So let's fight an elite. And then I think we'll go this way, this path here. And then go to a shop later. Oh, this elite fight. Okay. Good boy, George. Hello, hello. Do I even play the overclock here? Would it ever be like a really bad result? I'd be a little disappointed, I guess, if we found Glacier Voltaic, but maybe not even really. No, I think we can play the overclock. That's fine. So let's do Apparition, Apparition, Tempest. Okay, so we can hologram something that costs, like, meaningful amounts. And let's focus damage on... we can't focus damage, so it's not what we do. So I'm going to grab the Tempest. Plap, 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 plap. So this is our last turn being an intangible boy. So zap Voltaic. Ooh, Voltaic go away because it's not upgraded because we lost our upgrades. Sad. Probably still need to play it though, yeah? It's just an awful lot of damage and we need to get damage rocking and rolling. Potions? Yeah, they don't really do anything for us here. Great, just distribute the damage a little bit everywhere. Perfect, thank you. That's what we wanted, Orbs. It only goes away if you don't play it? No, well, so it only goes away if you don't play it because of Spectral Knight, but it goes away if we do play it because of Magi Knight making our upgrades go away. So, we got the worst of all worlds. So Barrage can kill Flail Knight, and I suppose we just do that. Just so we don't take as much damage. You know, this guy might live long enough. Let's weaken him. Let's skim to try to find focused damage. Well, dual cast. Hit the Magi. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, not too bad. Truly diabolical elite combo? Yes. Truly diabolical. kind of love it. A pear! Something nice and tasty. Another turbo is here. I think we don't. It's okay. We've got like Overclock, Skim, Cool-Headed, the Innate Mad Scientist. If you had Compact or Flat Cannon, even with Compact, it's not too huge. I don't know. This is an interesting one. I think this is a tough call, right? I think like with the Tempest and with the Overclock, Skim, Cool-Headed, Mad Science, it's not terrible. The risk, of course, is, for example, on our draw, where we've got our perfect fit Voltaic, hitting 2 voids on that same turn, which right now with just 2 of them is pretty unlikely. With 3, starts to bump up in probability like an uncomfortable amount. You don't play this game, but the card art is chef's kiss. Yeah, some of it is very good. Look at this. Look at this beefy boy. It's playing with lightning. Some of it I think is the beta art that they're going to replace, but I kind of like it. I think I'm going to skip, but that's maybe a mistake. The Courier. I knew it was good to wait for this shop. We've got plenty of hit points, so let's upgrade. Let's upgrade our defrag. Interesting choice to upgrade the Apparition, get rid of Exhaust, or excuse me, get rid of Ethereal. But I think we'd rather upgrade the defrag. Let's see what we draw with the Mad Science, I guess. Okay, let's play all 3 Apparitions. Probably? Yeah, I guess I don't play the Lightning Rod. So the first intangible is wasted, but we'll at least get value from the next 2, I guess. Let's play Cool-Headed. Go for the eyes, Thunder. I guess Focus Strike, but I might even do Charge Battery. I think the damage from Focus Strike is kind of irrelevant, and I'd rather just... Yeah, I think I'd almost rather have the energy next turn. Okay. It's a big old Tempest here. Okay, it was a big Tempest. So let's overclock to grab this hotfix. Hey. And with defrag and Voltaic, this has got to be lethal. Oh yeah, that's way lethal. That's overwhelmingly lethal. Get out of here, Slimed Berserker. You're drunk, go home. Skip. Second go for the eyes isn't terrible, but I don't think we want it. Now we skip. All right, let's see what Mad Science finds. Maybe? All right, so we need to get the Thunder in play. We need to get the Glacier in play. Would I bother doing a turbo just for a Focus Strike here? 300 damage on the first deck rotation is nice. It is nice. So the Focus Strike is just a little bit of extra damage. And we'd have to play the turbo. Yeah, sure. Flap. Voltaic currently channels 1 lightning. So Tempest will block for some. So he's hitting for 18. Could use the Fortifier. Just gonna take the 8. Alright, we could zap hologram the Voltaic. It'd let the apparition fall off, but we got 2 apparitions in the draw. With the overclock and skim all being there, that's reasonably likely to hit. I don't want to draw like accidentally with the cool-headed. This way he's guaranteed to die at the shuffle. Perfect. This is going to be beautiful. All right, let's casually charge 13 lightning. Gigantification potion. We can really go for their eyes now. Double energy. I like the upgrade. I don't like the unupgraded version. If we find it with skim or cool-headed, it's kind of disappointing. If we find it with overclock, it's fine. I think if we had more overclocks and fewer other sources of card draw, like the Mad Science, skim, cool-headed, I'd take it, but I think I skip. It's nice with turbo, nice with lantern. These are all true statements. But it does have to be found on a turn where it's relevant. Because unupgraded, if you think about the ways we could get it, where it doesn't help us, like when it's in hand, right? Because when you play it for 3, it only gives you 1 energy. Because you got to play the 1 energy first. So it's really only an extra net 1 energy, unless you're playing it under pretty ideal conditions. I don't think so. If anything, I'm still a little tempted by 3rd turbo. But I think it makes things worse. You're missing Cello Man in Battle Brothers Undead fights? I know, Cello Man's very good. What is this? Ship in a bottle? Have I ever seen this? Okay, Focus Potion is here, which is pretty good. Focus Potion definitely bigger than the Gigantification Potion. As much as a big go for the eyes, we can really go for their eyes. But Focus Pot over Gigantification Potion seems correct. I don't hate an extra hologram. I actually think extra hologram is pretty reasonable. Card remove is of course very good. And we remove a defend. Or barrage. Maybe barrage. Do I like defend more than barrage? Barrage does nothing when Voltaic would one-shot the boss. I mean, that's true. Keep in mind, we do have the courier, so buying things will replace them. So let's see what is underneath the focus pot. Okay, skill pot. I'm gonna buy a hologram. I actually think hologram's good. Fusion is underneath, okay. I like card remove, and I do think barrage is worse than defend. Most likely neither one is getting played. You have +1 strength too? I mean, that's true. We do have +1 strength. We are a big, beefy defect. We do have Vajra. Glacier? Second Glacier? I think with the apparitions in the deck might not be as necessary. Apparitions, the cool-headeds. I think we just want to keep things somewhat lean. I might keep the Fortifier though. So this is basically choosing between Glacier and Skip. Is Prowess even a pick here for the decks? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's an okay power, but I don't think so. What's the boss? We're gonna fight 2 of them. The Queen and then Test Subject. I think the Queen's gonna be the harder of the 2. They both, honestly, both could be kind of a problem. I wonder if Cure-All is better than Fortifier. Loop might be fine. I don't know. Not really. We only have 2 permanent focus. So best case scenario, it's 4 block. That's true. We do have the focus pot. Okay, so it's 4 or 6. Triggering the passive of the lightning orbs is kind of bad. I don't think I want to add a loop. It's either add a Glacier or replace Fortifier with Cure-All. Or even the ship in the bottle, I guess. I could see Cure-All being a clutch reshuffle to play Voltaic again. I'm gonna grab another Glacier. I think another Glacier is actually totally fine. Okay. Found our turbos. We're very good at finding the turbos like in the opening hand when we do not need them. But we'll take them now, I guess. Luckily, he's still weak. So, hologram a turbo here. Balian2483, hello, hello. And do I play the defend? Let's try to avoid taking much damage. This next turn could hurt real bad, or the next upcoming turns. Let's see what Overclock finds, or... yeah, let's see what Overclock finds. Okay. So I might just hologram a zap. Thanks, Apparition. And hopefully we'll be able to kill him next turn. So if we do our cool-headed, we want to draw as few as possible, so we don't want to play the skim. Right? Voltaic would channel 8 lightning. And so when they evoke, they deal 10 plus 8. Yeah, that's enough. So if Cool-Headed happened to find Void and Voltaic, that would be terribly sad. Okay. Sturdy Clamp? Up to 10 block, persists across turns. Sturdy Clamp would be good here. Fusion Plus? Regular Fusion, no. That was in the shop, and I didn't consider it. Fusion Plus? Ooh, that one's not bad. That one's not bad. Fusion Plus lets you Tempest into Voltaic. This is true, because we would evoke that that orb. Yeah, I think so. And do I want a weak pot instead of one of these? I don't think so. I think these are better. And is there anything worth upgrading? I think I'm probably just going to rest. We're going to lose at least some hit points in both fights. And even though there are upgrades that I like I'd like to upgrade the second hologram. I think we'll save more hit points by resting. Or, well, end with a higher hit point value. And we're really looking for something that's higher than 0. Alright, so don't have to play the Mad Science. If we don't want to risk running into an apparition on a turn where we don't need it, we can of course just Focus Strike, Defrag, Glacier. I think I like that better. And is this the fight where we want to use the Focus Potion? I think so. I think this fight is harder than the test subject for this deck. So I'm just going to do it now. We can carry our extra 10 block between turns. Okay, so we have to play Thunder. Go right for his eyes. Got him. Got him in the eyes. So we could hologram back up a Glacier, I guess. So we could play Fusion, hologram a Glacier. What else? I guess we could hologram a Mad Science. He's hitting kind of hard. We could hologram the Go for the Eyes to keep him weak the next few turns. Holo Science is nice. We can find Turbo. Yeah, these are all true. But we also might find the apparitions and we don't need to. Right? I mean, he's hitting us for 27. Right now we're blocking for 22. It's pretty close. Actually, if we just play the Defend and the hologram, we're basically there. So I kind of like just doing the Go for the Eyes to keep him weak next turn. Which might be a little passive and feels bad, but I think it's all right. Let's skim. Classic shuffler. All right. I guess hologram a Glacier. So we'll dual cast first, because we can. We'll be carrying an extra 18 block. So one of these apparitions is disappearing no matter what. May as well cool-headed try to find the Tempest and play it. And we just play it. And we'll let all of the apparitions fall off. That's terribly depressing. But we're only able to play 2 max. And we're already full blocking on this turn. Whatever. So we could Focus Strike Voltaic. It might not kill. We only channel 7. So what's the probability of it killing? So if we get an extra focus, then the evoke will do 13 plus 8. So each evoke will do 21. So we'd have to hit him with, assuming we hit with like 1 passive one. No, that doesn't feel as likely. Cool-headed first, do we have Void in the draw? I don't think we do. No Voids in the draw. So yeah, probably cool-headed first. Probably cool-headed. Focus Strike doesn't add that much. Let's overclock, see what we find. Feels necessary to play the Voltaic. And even if we evoke this Frost Orb, blocking for 19, if we don't kill, we can use the Fortifier. It's probably a decent time for it. I'm just gonna drink the Fortifier. That's fine. Honestly, not killing him is kind of okay. Because the Queen is kind of harder. Alright, so let's play the Glacier, then the Tempest. Oh god. Alright, so then we hologram the Voltaic and she's dead. We'll hotfix, we'll zap. Take that, Queen. Get wrecked. All right, now we have used both potions. However, I think that was maybe the more difficult of the two for this deck. So we have to keep in mind, in this first phase, whenever we play a skill, he gains 3 strength. So something to lock away in the old bean. But it's only lasting through the first phase. So I'm happy to start with a Mad Science. See what we draw. Happy to play a Skim still. We may be able to just be intangible through this first phase and play as many skills as we want. It's a lot of turbos. Okay, so Apparition is here, the turbos are here, Tempest is here, Thunder's here. Okay, so I think the play here is I'm going to play the Apparition. Given our Apparitions and Holograms, it feels pretty likely that the next draw will be fine. And we'll find an Apparition. I'm going to play all the skills we want. So I'm going to play the Thunder. I'm going to play the Lightning Rod because this will actually generate 2 lightning net. And then I'm going to play the Tempest. He's pretty strong right now. It was unlikely, but I guess possible. Didn't draw either the holograms or the apparitions. Can we kill this turn? No. What a disaster. So we killed him at the start of this turn. So we could do something completely wild. Like hologram a void. I mean, I don't think that's that wild. It gets rid of it, right? Could also hologram a lightning rod. And then play the charge battery. Technically, there's a draw next turn that kills us, huh? Could hologram an overclock. So that we... The reason I'm doing the overclock is because if we draw the other apparition, we just play both. Damn. It's a bad draw, because we do want to play the Voltaic, but I think more important is to play both apparitions. So let's see. Fusion will let us... No, damn, because we have to... Ah! Disaster. I think the play is still to hologram the Voltaic. And then when we play it on the draw, he's just gonna die. So, no defrag for us, but that's okay. So probably don't play the overclock. All we have to do for the next phase is find hologram. Blap. We're still channeling. So we found the hologram, but we found it on this turn, which is not when we wanted to find it. Because he's intangible. Now, even when he's intangible, we're doing 64 damage to him, which is kind of good. But we want to find a way to get through the deck as fast as possible, because we're not going to kill him until we reach Voltaic again. So that might mean hologramming the overclock. Unfortunately, the other hologram is gone. If we hologram dual cast, then when we fusion Glacier, we can dual cast it. That doesn't help us in any way. I guess it's probably just hologram the Go for the Eyes. Make him weak next turn as well. And we can hotfix Glacier. Yeah, let's do that. Stone Calendar. So we're going to try to... He does do intangible every other turn. What is this? So something to keep in mind is that we want to... Got there. He's dead. Bye, nerd. All right. Okay. Want to know. What are you doing here? Random garbled lines. Repair you, make me. You know, what do those damage numbers even mean? No idea. All right. Got a W. Defect, not defunct. Hey, I like that. I like that. That's very good. All right, I'm gonna do another, but first I'm gonna use the resting room. Be back in just a moment. I'm back. That was a really fun run. There were a lot of like interesting decision points in that run. I liked that one. That was good. Let's run it again. What I think I'm digging about the defect is I suspect this run will probably look very different. Okay. Kind of weak starting options. 150 gold with an early shop is... That's acceptable. That's not bad. I feel like this route is kind of required. Upgrading a card is not very exciting. Because even upgrading Zap, it feels worse in this compared to Spire 1. I don't know why. It just does. And adding an additional strike and defend, I don't know. I don't think this large capsule is that good. There's a almost inverse one where your first treasure or whatever is empty, but your first 3 card rewards are upgraded. And at first I wasn't very excited about that one. But you know, now that I played with it, at least on the Necrobinder, where there are so many good and strong cards at common, like for example Defy, man, that one overperformed. What makes Zero Cost feel worse? There's no Snecko. Now technically Snecko can still make an appearance. It's not exactly about the zero costs feeling worse. It's about Zap being worse. Obviously, the last deck was a huge exception to that. But I think with no like electrodynamics and not meaningful ways of like adding focus that sticks around, I don't know. I just feel like Zap is worse, and I don't know why. Yeah, Silver Crucible, that's the one that makes the 3 upgrades. Finding an early upgraded Go for the Eyes is great. Yeah, an early upgraded Go for the Eyes, yeah, that is pretty great. All right, so I'm pretty keen to go this way, and I like some of the choices that exist later. Right, I think there's, depending on where the deck's at, this is pretty flexible. And I like gold. I like money. Zap is worse because defrag is rare, and biased cog is gone. Okay, and also, so this is Phantom. Right, so I think this is the underdogs. So the elites that we will face will be different from the previous one. We'll have the 4 little tentacles, the Phantasmal Gardener, the Skulking Colony, who just can't take more than 20 damage per turn, and then the Terror Eel, who's kind of like the bird, except that he gets stunned when he gets to 75 hit points or whatever. So we could strike, zap, defend, and then there's 2 subsequent 1/3 chances that we kill that back one. The other option would be to just simply zap, defend, defend. But we're not going to be able to block next turn, this Twig Slime, like guaranteed. So I might get punished. So let's strike and then dual cast. Yeah. Oof. That would be an interesting situation to math out what was actually best there and how the variance looks for each. Okay. I see 3 cards that I like here. Bulk Up is sick. Losing orb slots, not that bad. The Strengthened Dex goes hard early on. Shadow Shield is also pretty good. I think Dark Orbs are pretty strong. Just in general. And this is pretty good value. I like both of these. I mean, I really like both of them. Dark is pretty good in Act 1 especially. You think so? Why do you think Dark is good in Act 1? Because you need scaling for the bosses? Well, Phantom here is slippery. So Dark Orb is pretty terrible against him. Actually awful. I would say Dark Orbs are a disaster against Phantom. And he's a pretty scary end of act boss. So really we want to get rid of his stacks of slippery with lightning orbs. Honestly, losing orb slots sometimes is good. Especially with like glass orbs. My heart is telling me Bulk Up is correct, but I know that I have historically undervalued cards like this. I think Bulk Up is a little more overall flexible. And I do think it will perform pretty damn well in all the hallway fights leading up to any of the elites or act boss. Shadow Shield is quite better if you already have 0 cost dual strike or zap. Yeah, if you've got the 0 cost dual cast, it's not bad. I'm gonna go with bulk up. Let's hit up this shop. Hidden Gem is here? This card is sick. FTL is nice with the bulk up plan, that's true. So it could be like FTL Hidden Gem. I think Hidden Gem is just a really good card. Like this is a potential win con sort of card for the deck. If we have bulk up in play and then are able to Hidden Gem kind of anything, you know, a simple defend or even strike can full block or do an absolute monstrous amount of damage. I think Hidden Gem is pretty nice with Defect in particular, because even though I don't think we can afford the hologram to go with it, because I think I'd rather have the FTL, it is, you know, with card draw or again the holograms, you can pull that card that got replay back multiple times. So I kind of like, I think Hidden Gem is pretty sweet. And I am leaning towards FTL. Yeah, Hidden Gem with the hologram is nasty. It really is. And if Hidden Gem goes on the FTL Plus, this is a draw 3, assuming we play it first. All right, let's try it. Roll the bones. All right, so I think dual cast is probably the play here, not one of the strikes. So let's bulk up defend. Beefcake. So we're gonna Hidden Gem, then FTL. Maybe we'll find that card right away. It's a defend. Wow, will it block for a lot? All right, we didn't find it. That's good, because we'd want it to be in our draw pile. Look at this guy, hitting us for 15. I don't think so, buddy. I mean, he's dead anyway, so it was irrelevant, but... All right, Glacier's here. Cool-headed as well, but I think a Glacier's still pretty nice. I like Glacier. Simple boy. So would I rather bulk up or Glacier? I think I'd rather bulk up. Let's bulk up defend. Hidden Gem, what are we gonna get? We're really gonna strike him. This fuzzy worm crawler is gonna get so struck. Plap, plap, plap. Yeah, boost is nice with bulk up. Sunder's just a good early card for Act 1. But I'm kind of leaning towards boost away. I like boost away here. Sunder's also a great Hidden Gem hit. Boy, it sure is. So I don't think Hidden Gem upgrade is the play, despite how cute that is. I actually don't know what the upgrade is here. There's nothing here that's crazy. Bulk up is pretty good. don't know, maybe upgrading Hidden Gem is fine. I don't know, I guess if it whiffs and hits something like dual cast, maybe this is just more consistent. You think it's bulkier? Hidden Gem's good for the boss? Yeah, Hidden Gem's good for the boss. But I think this is just more consistent. And how does the deck do against an elite? Probably does okay. I think if we do fight this elite though, that it leads to potential pathing problems. So I'm going to fight this regular hallway fight first. And then depending on how this elite fight goes, it lets us either take a safe route or a dangerous route. Ugh. These guys are mean. Anyone else notice that they're really mean? Alright, Glacier's here, so we get our Frost Orbs, even though we are a little frail Defect. Hidden Gem gonna be very disappointing coming up here, because it can't hit anything. There's nothing in the draw pile. How sad. A deck size of exactly 16 with the 1 card draw. So would I rather strike here? Defend. So let's bulk up still. And can full block or hit him for 9. I'm gonna full block, but I don't know if that was right. Let's see, so what are we at right now? We're at 29. And they're hitting us for 33. Jesus. We're gonna be vulnerable for another turn. This might be wrong, but I'm gonna defend again. It was wrong. So we can't kill. Yikes. Oh my god. So this will hit 3 times, which will be overkill on this guy. We want to play it first. I don't know, maybe I don't care about playing it first that badly. I guess if there's overkill here, who cares? Disaster of a hallway fight. Absolute disaster of a fight. How do we feel about Lightning Rod? Or even another boost away? Again, I like adding just defenses. It's definitely boost away or Lightning Rod. Yeah, Lightning can cycle the Frost Orbs and help deal with the boss as well. Absolutely. Yeah, one of those feels pretty good. Now, unfortunately, I don't know that this fight against this elite is reasonable. I guess there's this route to the left. So let's think. If this is unreasonable, which I think it is. I think it is. Then we're cut off from that route. So have to go this way. Double shop with 47 gold. That feels terrible. So I guess it's go along this left route. Fight one elite. This seems okay. Statue here equals death. I mean, so we're not going to be able to face the statue because we are in the underdogs. So it'll either be the Phantasmal Gardener, the Skulking Colony, or Terror Eel. Thank you, Iowa. So regardless, I think that the Terror Eel could be death. Skulking Colony, probably not. Phantasmal Gardener, maybe be fine. But given the chance of death, I think we're okay going this way. All right, bulk up, defend. But we're gonna need to focus on offense now. Hidden Gem, FTL. Good hits. So we're gonna draw 2 with this. We'll draw 2 and we'll deal 24 damage. So if we do 24 damage, 24 plus 18. Make sure I get that right, is 42. Won't be enough to be lethal. So I should probably just kill this one and then try to block it out. Oh, so we will draw 3 cards. All right, so I thought the way this would work was if you've played fewer than 3 cards this turn. Oh, because you haven't played the card. Oh, whoa. Just because it replays doesn't mean you played the card, you just replayed the effect. No, it says plays this card an additional 2 times. By the 3rd time, we've not played fewer than 3 times. We played exactly 3 times. Huh, okay. That's not how I expected that to work. But we can full block and kill this guy. We're really ready to defend next turn. What a shitty draw. Plap, plap, plap. Hotfix is still okay. Not great, but not bad. Let's grab Hotfix. And we're going to lose HP. And we're pretty forced into resting here. I hope this doesn't end up being a hallway fight that kills us. Bag of marbles. Okay. A shop? Feral. A lot of choices here. So we're gonna rest. Card remove is good. Like, card remove is great. Cushion could represent several upgrades in the long run. Interesting. Cushion could also mean we don't simply die right here. So. We know this will be at least 15 hit points. Not dying is more upgrades technically. True. Technically correct, the best kind of correct. We know this is going to be at least 15 hit points because we're going to rest right after this. And we're probably going to rest at least one other time. Pretty rare to purchase this one. Usually this is like a reward that you get from an elite, and then you're just really happy you have it. I think I like it. I mean, we know we're going to use it right now, right? And even like hallway fight in the elite, that's pretty dangerous. This is a super dangerous hallway fight. Glacier Hidden Gem, I guess. We can be really bulky. We play everything. Should I play the power pot? What the hell is this hallway fight? All right, so here's the deal. Here's why I don't like the Act 1 hallway fights and why I prefer the events. We are getting attacked for 16 plus 12 plus 9. What is this? Right, we're getting hit for 37. 37 in Act 1. And we're frail. Oh my god. Maybe you should have played a power pot last turn. Better late than never. I don't even know what power potions... Like, what would even really help us? Bulk up would help. Coolant would help. Trash to treasure might help. Consuming Shadow actually maybe. Spinner, I guess, helps in the long run, but not now. A Hailstorm. Buffer is not worthless because we will fully block these. So how much are we going to block total? So we'll get 8 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So 8 plus 9 plus 4. We'll have 21. So this is 9 plus 12. Which kind of looks like 21. So Buffer will fully block that last attack for 16. Hopefully I did my math right there. We'll find out soon. Okay. Need to find that bulk up. That way we can be bulky. Let's just kill this guy. So probably attack back here. Take 2. This guy always alternates between attacking big and attacking small. So if we bulk up, then will FTL draw us multiple cards? Or not draw multiple, but still draw a card? No. Apparently not. Maybe it resolves the fact that it plays after it puts like all the effects on the stack or whatever. Hmm. Yikes. Hailstorm is like kind of okay with Glacier. It is a power that does go into effect on the turn when you play it, because it is at the end of your turn. Right, so you can think of it as doing 6 damage in an AoE. Assuming you have the Frost Orbs. I don't know that I take it. This might just be a skip. Compile driver's like okay, but I think this is a skip. The deck needs AoE, but this isn't like very much AoE. Such sad art. No, I'm gonna skip. That might be wrong. Oh, let's see. Heal 37. Does that number just go up? We do get a card reward. Like, it is just like a fight. That feels like a lot of healing. Going down to 30 feels kind of bad. Let's rest. Heal and fight. I think we're gonna be okay here, speaking of not wanting AoE. Okay, so we kill here. Hidden gem. Someone's gonna get really struck. And then just defend for full block. God. Dual cast and see what we hit, I guess after a hotfix. Okay, so we strike there and then lightning rod. You're doing a Battle Brothers cooldown run, just a casual anything goes gladiator run, and it's so chill. I know, once you get rid of the extreme conditions, it turns out it's a pretty chill game. I don't know if that was the right way to do that turn. But it worked out. Yeah, not having to worry about everything all the time is really relaxing, yeah. And then you do something egregious like not unequip your weapons after a fight, and then you feel the pain. Reboot is kind of cute with Hidden Gem. It's kind of a bad card. Shadow Shield is a nice one to hit with Hidden Gem, just because it's a big block. Smokestack I don't think is worth considering right now. We're generating 1 status, that's whatever. Reboot is pretty anti-synergy with Hidden Gem. It is at first. It is on the first shuffle. It is on the first shuffle, but not necessarily on the second. Or like on the first draw through the deck. I guess 0th shuffle. I think a Shadow Shield is fine. I like adding more defenses. Hey, it's the grown-up version of this fight. Bulk up Hidden Gem. FTL with replay. And I'm saving the power pot, but damn, this fight gets dicey. Why is this always on the... Let's just Zap Strike. I'm not going to play the Glacier. Might regret that. Plap, plap, plap. Dual cast, that's not what we want to hit. So I think it is Lightning Rod, Strike. It being part of the shuffle draw is really awkward. Now you get the upgraded card only once in 2 draw cycles. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. So this could be really bad. We've got a lot of infections in the draw pile. Oh, that was weird. They were like disappearing as I clicked it. Let's see what the orbs hit first. Yes. I'm gonna attack this one. Maybe the generated lightning will just finish that guy off before next turn. Or like when they go next turn. Ow. Or we just strike him. So dual cast will replay. Which we don't even want to maybe use it at all. It's a pretty bad hit for the Hidden Gem here. Dual cast. Hexacast. It is a hexacast. We got more casts than we got orbs. No, I'm just gonna do 2 attacks here and then defend. Okay. Both of them hit this guy. I thought the game was going to be kind to me there. After the first one, it was just a tease. So mean. So let's Glacier see what they hit. Our draw next turn might be bad. We'll take 1. Okay. Adaptive Strike. It's a big damage card. It just like attack for big number. It's okay. Iteration is also okay. And Cool-Headed is okay. Weirdly enough, I almost like Iteration more. This costing 2 initially is a little bit awkward. It's a really good card, but... Did you change your mind about Frost Orbs? Yeah. I was so hyper-focused on the idea that without permanent focus you couldn't rely on them and thus they were bad. And that's just not true. My previous thoughts on Defect, I think, were running on incorrect thoughts. But that's how you gotta be as a strategy gamer. You gotta constantly reevaluate your own positions on everything. I might grab Iteration. I think it is okay with Boost Away. It's okay against a bunch of enemies. Not so much Phantom. But I still think it's actually like a kind of okay card. Iteration can help a lot if the deck ever gets lots of trash because of Hidden Gem. That's true. We could end up with 3 Dazeds. And there's a lot of enemies that just make trash. We make trash. I think it's okay. And I'm gonna upgrade here. We've got enough hit points. And what's the upgrade? For the boss fight, it actually might be Hidden Gem. I think for Phantom, I'm happy to upgrade this one. Might use a Power Pot. Let's see what it is. We'll probably do Hidden Gem FTL and not play the Power Pot till after those two. Echo Form. Damn it. Alright, let's block it out here. Hidden Gem hit a terrible target. So let's do Hotfix Glacier Zap, because we kind of want the Zap in the further back orb slot. Sorry, Shadow Shield. We were very hot-fixed there. Double Lightning Rod. Then we'll just play the defense. Take 8. I don't quite like double bulk up. We currently can dual cast and then replay the dual cast. So one dual cast will evoke twice, 4 times, which we can do again. That's a lot of orbs. This makes the slippery worse, but I'm kind of still thinking about doing the double bulk up. And it gets rid of our lightning orbs, which I don't like right now. But like, we're such a beefy robot right now. Okay. What will Hidden Gem hit? Iteration? Sure. So let's strike defend. I'm not going to play the Glacier. So let's double defend, then quadruple iteration. Okay. We're iterating. We were iterating on our iteration, which, if you think about it, makes a lot of sense. All right, now here we draw a billion cards. And let's double play Lightning Rod. Does anything here have replay? I guess not. Hotfix. Defend. I'm okay taking one. We'll just strike. Hidden Gem has been kind of a hidden whiff so far. So let's play our FTL so that we can play our Hidden Gem. And we will hit a strike. Honestly, fine. Kind of ideal, actually. Because we just keep striking. Yeah, a casual 72 damage strike, right. Machine Learning Voltaic, Meteor Strike. We have absolutely no energy generation whatsoever. So even though Meteor Strike is like cute, and I think in Slay the Spire 1, it's one of those cards that was like secretly kind of good. I think it's kind of bad here. Voltaic is fine. We are actually making some lightning orbs with the lightning rod and some with the zap. It's not that exciting, but if it does get hit with Hidden Gem, the exponential scaling just like kicks off right from the bat, right? So if we've generated, let's say, just 2 lightning, as an example, right? It will go from 2, 4, and 8. And then 16, I guess. It's always an interesting question if you should take Meteor Strike when you don't have 5 energy. You also have to think about, like, can the deck reasonably support or want to create situations where Meteor Strike could be valid in the near future? And I don't think this deck does. And Machine Learning is just like kind of meh. These are actually, honestly, all kind of disappointing. Like, I don't think Voltaic is terrible. It's a little bit of a slime, a little bit of a curse. But if we get just like a little bit of a Seed of Lightning, it can potentially go off. I didn't want to have another deck like the last one, but I think it's better than the other two. Nutritious Soup. Enchant all strikes in your deck with Tez Katara's Ember. Costs 0 and gains Eternal. These are all kind of bad. We don't want to exhaust the top card of our draw pile. The Toasty Mittens, I think, are unacceptable with a Hidden Gem. And the Pumpkin Candle, maybe having a smoother Act 2 is still pretty good. And we would appreciate the energy. So I suppose it's just this. The Pumpkin Candle feels like that's going to be the pick. So gain 1 energy at the start of each turn. Extinguishes at the start of Act 2. Or excuse me, start of Act 3. Yeah, I don't think I've picked this yet. But the other two are unacceptable. I think this is my first time choosing the Pumpkin Candle. Yeah. So, we've got 150 gold. After 2 combats, a shop would be fine. right? It would be okay. So if we were to compare, like, for example, this route, it's 2 elites in a row, but we do have extra energy. With, like, this route, you feel like if those choices that turn off Act 3 gave you anything at all, like even 100 gold or a potion, they wouldn't feel so bad to pick? Yeah. Though, you know, you've got to think, anything that's like super good within the act, you know, you always have this mindset of like keeping, you know, accumulating power, accumulating power, accumulating power. But if by taking something like this, it lets you get more out of the act, it does, you know, still let you carry power forward. So it's, you know, it's a different mindset, but I think it's valid. This might be too long without a campfire. This middle path. Could, of course, go through here. Even the right side, I suppose, is not bad. But no shop at all. I'd rather at least see 1 shop. Possibly 2. I think I liked the left path. And don't have to take that shop. I like the options at this point, at this juncture. I think that's pretty good. Then can decide how to end the act from that point. Okay, let's FTL. Blap. Voltaic is here. So do we just play these 4? It's a lot of damage. He honestly might get away. The deck does damage pretty slowly. Maybe an attack potion is a good idea here. Like on this turn right now. I think so. So we can get all for 1 back, or the faster than light back, but I think we just Sunder. It's a lot of damage. Yeah, don't take our bulk up. In your last run, you had a super defensive deck and you stole your ultimate strike. Yeah, you don't want that. Should pretty reliably be able to kill him now. Yeah. Give us our bulk up back. I don't think the deck takes a ball lightning. Like, I understand that we've got the Voltaic here. Synchronize is like, okay. We do have generation for Dark, Frost, and Electricity. So it's like, it's okay. I don't know that I'd take it though. I think this is a skip. Loop is at least upgraded. Does that make it worth considering? Being upgraded is a big deal. That makes it a lot more acceptable. Still not a great card though. Maybe it's good enough. It's my first time taking it. I miss Loop. I loved Loop from the OG game. All right, let's do Glacier and then Shadow Shield. Put the Dark Orb back. Yeah, it's not the worst card to hit with a gem. Absolutely. Then it's kind of like the Loop of old. least it feels better. Speaking of feeling better, we're gonna feel bad here soon. Not a terrible turn for a speed pot. I'm not gonna play the bulk up because I don't want to get rid of this Dark Orb. Because we're gonna generate one lightning. And likely be able to generate another and then dual cast. Yeah, so we can zap dual cast. We'll really be able to boost away. Plop, plop. Look at us go. We are so ready to boost away. Look at this guy. Look at this tunneler. He's trying to boost at us. We've boosted away. We didn't need to, but we still did it. This looks like a skip to me. Don't care about any of these. And worth going to shop with 193? I think so. We've not done our card remove yet. So let's do a card remove. Gotta get rid of one of these strikes. Gotta get rid of one of my strikes. Hate them. White noise is like, okay. Even Feral is not bad with the FTL. Isn't this an idea to add a bunch of good cards to quadruple? White noise could be nice upgraded. Yeah. Yeah, it certainly could be. But I think as you add more, it makes it harder to hit the hidden gem. So I actually still think the deck philosophy of keeping it thin is quite valid. Regardless, I mean, I think white noise is totally fine. And I feel like the deck has grown to the point where a second lightning rod is totally fine. Again, I do really like this card. Synthesis is okay. No, let's do those two. You almost lost a gladiator to some spiders? Oh no. Spiders are spooky. At least they can be. Voltaic is very good at being in my opening hand. Is it worth using a Swift Pot to try to find some attacks to blap onto them while they're vulnerable? This fight's a little bit sus. This is a bad opening hand. Yeah. So gonna play the Glacier. Might just be Glacier boost away strike? No, I'm gonna play the Lightning Rod. Glacier boost away. Lightning Rod. And then just a strike. And should I hit the Silk Bug? Yeah. I don't like that he make us weak. And this guy has his like off turns. Okay, bulk up, hotfix, shadow shield. All right, hidden gem. What you gonna reveal for us? Lightning rod. Lightning orbs for forever. Yeah, I mean, we play another bulk up. So, do I play this and put it in the I think I do want this in the discard. So we've got dual cast. Yeah, we want to be able to redraw this, because if nothing else, it's just a massive block card. So I think we do this lightning rod. Generate lightning for 7,000 years. And give this guy just a gentle little smack so that our dual cast will hit it. And we're going to be generating lightning orbs from now until forever. Speaking of, okay, for the next 14 turns, this deck will be generating lightning. Hologram is here. Gunk up and go for the eyes. These are all good cards. I like hologram though. Once we give something replay, we sometimes just want to pull back that specific card. Or maybe we want to hidden gem something new. Hologram is a great pick here. Enchant a card with perfect fit. Or could remove 2 cards and add a normality. There is going to be a shop coming up, but we will need to get some gold to be able to afford the removal. Now perfect fit is less exciting. Could still do it on the voltaic. And that's okay. But I'm... You know, the card that we want to put on top of our deck when we shuffle is going to be just driven by hidden gem. On hologram, we don't want that though. That's when we don't want to draw it. It's like very specifically when we don't want to draw it. It's the opposite of when we want it. Unless you know something I don't. I think I'm just going to remove 2 cards. We're going to deal with the normality for now. Might regret that. Must go to a shop though. Soon. Hidden gem, what you gonna hit? Bulk up. Okay. So this is hologram, the hotfix. I think I want to try to block more. Okay, here we just play everything. No reason to think too much about it. This is such a disaster of a fight. This is one of the worst fights in the game, I think. So bulk up will make us lose all of our orb slots. Which I guess right now is kind of bad, huh? So if I do the Voltaic, it will kill this guy because the Dark Orb will kill him. So could Voltaic and then bulk up? Or I guess Glacier does that too. These become completely dead cards when we lose all of our orb slots. So we may as well exhaust this one. We're a battle we're a battle robot now. You know, gotta be careful about this normality. I guess I should have played the loop. Obviously should have played the loop. Okay. Guess we do a lot of stuff with orbs where when we go down to 0, it's pretty bad, huh? Holy shit. And how much are they hitting us for? 7 by 4. Doesn't that seem excessive? So 28 plus 13. Oh my god, we actually have to do this. This is silly. This is a weird state to find the deck in. Okay, we at least have another way of generating damage. It's really just our strike. Otherwise, we're pretty good at blocking. Not good enough all the time, though. Okay. What a weird fight. So I think head up through this way, and hopefully we'll be able to get money from the question marks. I don't want to fight this elite, obviously. This is a skip. And I think I'm gonna rest here. It's kind of a low amount of hit points. So I kind of want these to be hallway fights. Oh no, we're gonna get money from here. Hey, letter opener. Ooh, letter opener with hidden gem. That's great. That's great. Oh. We can go shopping now. Panache, probably pretty good with hidden gem. It's all irrelevant. We have to spend all our gold on the card remove. Normality is unacceptable. And then that's all of the gold. Okay, so we play the defense here just to proc letter opener. And I don't think we'll need to play the colorless pot here. And obviously we're not gonna be going to the shop anymore. So we'll do Shadow Shield Defend first, and then play the Hidden Gem. Which will go on Lightning Rod, okay. So we're gonna take a little bit of damage here. Not that lightning rod. Apparently went on the other lightning rod. Disaster. So we could bulk up lightning rod hologram and grab boost away. could also just play Glacier, Lightning Rod, Hologram, a hotfix. Could play Glacier, Hologram, the Hidden Gem again. And would take a little bit of damage. Not too much. So we take 6, we do 6, then 2. Or could bulk up Glacier. Now I'm gonna Glacier Hologram the Hidden Gem. Dual cast. That is the worst hit. That's happened so many times. So let's replay this a bunch, even if we don't draw a card with the FTL. Sucks. So Lightning Rod, Defend, Hotfix, Voltaic. Dual cast with the replay 3 would block for 24, which I guess is all he's hitting us with. It's such a feels bad. I guess it hits him with the letter opener too. Hit him twice. May be able to kill him here this next turn. Hopefully we'll be able to. See what FTL finds. Strike Zap, so 8 plus 5 plus 9 is 22. Okay. Chill is interesting. So Chill has changed from Spire 1. Spire 1, it becomes innate. Here it gets rid of Exhaust. The way Lightning Rod stacks, that's more turns, doesn't channel more orbs, that's not great. Agreed. Yeah, that's why it's not a good hit. It's not a good hit for the Hidden Gem. It just adds a longer time when we're generating the Lightning Orbs. So it's good from the perspective of just being a bigger block card, but you know, so from that perspective, I guess it's better than Defend, but marginally, I don't know. Does the deck even want another Glacier? I don't think it does. Would it take a Chill? It might. Would it take a Fusion? Nah. I'd grab a Chill. So sadly, I guess I'm gonna rest here. There was a lot of damage to take from that fight. Especially up against upcoming Elite fight. Infested Prism. Coolant. So let's bulk up Defend. Don't want to use the potion. See if we can get away with not doing it. Hotfix, Hologram the Hotfix, and then play Shadow Shield and Lightning Rod. Lightning Rod. So this boss doesn't generate much, doesn't generate any statuses. This boss, this elite. Could end up with the boost away in our like draw after the deck shuffles. So I think I'm not going to play iteration. I guess I'm going to play all the other ones. Hopefully we find hidden gem here. Did not. Kind of hurts that you have no attacks now. In this specific fight, it really hurts. Yeah. It's hidden gem, then FTL. Okay, just gonna do a defend shadow shield. Really not doing very much damage here. Alright, we got the defend with replay. So we just play everything except the boost away. Actually, maybe we do play the boost away. Probably do play the boost away. We actually want to draw the days if we play the iteration, and we're going to. So we just play everything. Letter opener doing all our damage here. Normal stuff. Okay, let's do Defend Glacier dual cast. That'll be the most block. Got our replay defend here. Okay. Like, unironically, letter openers done so much damage in this fight. Okay, let's play hidden gem and then FTL. Maybe try to find whatever it gave the hidden gem to. Blah. Defend. It's not what we got. I guess we're still fine. Okay, we always play the cards with replay. Okay. Whatever. Multicast? What a disappointing card. Would I take a sweeping beam? Like, actually? Taking a sweeping beam at the end of Act 3, or excuse me, end of Act 2? That feels stupid. That feels stupid. There was an opportunity to take a gunk up. I don't remember exactly when, but I didn't take it. Now I feel kind of like I wish I had it. Two mana dual cast. Yeah, exactly. Multicast just feels really bad. But at least you can really cast that one orb. Charge battery's still fine. I think this is a skip. Yeah. It's good with Dark Orb. It's good with Dark Orb sometimes. We have some Dark Orb generation. All right, the Chosen Cheese at the end of combat gain 1 max HP. Feels a little late for that. Gorge, I think we have to add these cards though. So if we choose Gorge, choose 2 of 8 random cards to add to the deck, or common cards, this is a must. You have to choose 2. So we must add 2 cards to the deck. So looking at Defect's common cards, we would be happy to add Gunk Up. We'd be fine to add like Go for the Eyes, Cold Snap. I guess Uproar would be okay. Hologram would be good. Cool-Headed would be fine. Turbo would be good. I guess there's a decent number of things that are actually pretty okay. So what's the pick here? You know what's weirdly not terrible is even Beam Cell. Maybe Beam Cell Cool-Headed? Focus Strike Cool-Headed? Maybe Focus Strike Cool-Headed. Battery Cool-Headed? Yeah, battery's alright. We gotta think we're gonna have just 3 energy here soon. So maybe Charge Battery will be good going into Act 3. Not loving it. Not loving it. And is 36 hit points enough for this fight? I don't think so. You know, resting is kind of like... It feels like kicking the can down the road. But I think if we don't rest, we're dead. Far too likely for that to be the case. I'm gonna colorless pot next turn when he's attacking. Panache not bad with Hidden Gem and all the energy. Feels like Panache is the play here. Stratagem is okay, because we can grab Hidden Gem. But I think Panache actually... This will actually be an okay amount of damage. Iteration. Okay, that's good. The Frantic Escapes are statuses. Capacitor? Actually kind of like that. You should never pick the card you would normally never pick. I don't know about never. Alright, do we grab Hidden Gem again? Take a little damage here, but that's fine. Don't have to play the Frantic Escape yet. So let's at least block. Kind of have to play this one though. Bulk up, Frantic Escape, strike. Plap, 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 plap. So we play this iteration like 5 billion times. Cool-headed to see if we get the Hotfix. Got the lightning rod. Probably should play the... yeah. In 2 turns he'll be eaten and die. We do have the bottled potential, just in case. However, I think we should play this Frantic Escape. And lightning rod is not currently in play. So we're not generating the lightning orbs. I kind of do want to. Okay, hidden gem, what you gonna hit? A strike, now has replay 6. One very big strike is in there. And we can dual cast to no benefit, so I guess we just don't. Not even gonna proc letter opener. Now if we have to do the bottled potential, we can. Okay. Game, please. Okay, we literally have to do the bottled potential because literally all of the Frantic Escapes were at the very back of the deck. Holy shit. All of them? Really? All 6? Okay. So we can play a Frantic Escape and not die. That's nice. We'll do that. So Voltaic is okay here. Is it good enough to just simply play? It'll generate 5 lightning. Yeah, let's play a lightning rod, then that. Actually, no, this strike. Holy shit. That is the super strike. Never mind. We play the super strike. And then I guess we kill him next turn. Even if we can't frantically escape. How much hit points? Let's see. Was it necessary to rest there? All right. Defrag and Coolant are both here. They both kind of get in the way of bulk up. Coolant more so than defrag. I think it's just defrag. I think it would have worked without resting. It was about 30 if I recall correctly. Yeah, it was about 30. Though that is pretty close to just barely. Let's go with the defrag. Defrag's still good. Act 3, Glory. Vaku can play as our first turn for us. Or we can gain apparitions again. The deck's pretty happy about apparitions. Sometimes we can have them replay. Vaku playing your first turn for you. I think he just plays cards from left to right. It's not like it's that bad, but I don't know that I love that. The deck likes energy, but it doesn't love energy. I think we like the Distinguished Cape here. So what does the route look like through the act? We've got one late shop, which we would take instead of an elite. Could do also like through here. We have 157 gold. Maybe like that. We're reasonably likely to find a shop through the question marks anyway. And sometimes it's not a shop, but you can still spend money. I'm feeling pretty good about the Distinguished Cape. I like the Distinguished Cape. Is it worth going to the shop with 157 and the extra little bit from these hallway fights? Maybe. But if we do want to do that, we can just go to this shop here. I think there's some other pretty reasonable paths. The whole act looks pretty reasonable for pathing. Let's just keep our options open. Removes are good with Hidden Gem in the deck. Yes, they are. Letter Opener. MVP. Bronze Scales. Alright, who do we hit with the FTL? Does it matter that much? Let's just hit the guy who's low. And do I play the Glacier? Glacier Boost Away still procs Letter Opener. So let's do the Boost Away first to proc it before. I don't know what the order is. Was that the orb before the letter? I think it was the Letter Opener then the orbs. I didn't see it. It went pretty fast. Alright, this guy's gonna die to our thorns. Stupid piece of paper. Alright, Lightning Rod, Charge Battery. Letter Opener. Letter Opener! It makes sense. These are scrolls. So, like, Letter Opener is thematically correct. Beam Cell Plus? I guess we just don't have any attacks anymore. I guess just skip. Maybe go for the eyes? I don't think go for the eyes either. I think we just want to keep... I think we want to try to thin the deck down for the apparitions. I think I'm going to skip. So, bulk up Hotfix Lightning Rod. Maybe play an attack pot. Let's play the attack pot, see what we get. Meteor Strike. Meteor Strike. Also have the option to play Sweeping Beam. Meteor Strike. They're vulnerable. It's not going to be lethal. We don't have a way of... I wish we had one way of generating like one more orb to, you know, get one of the plasma and do more stuff. Honestly, even Sweeping Beam is not unreasonable here. But let's do something Meteor. So bulk up first. And hotfix. Plap. So we can hologram back like the lightning rod. That's right, get him, letter opener. Alright, so now we just play everything. Don't have to think too much about it. Thorns and letter opener doing all of our damage. Skip? I think skip. Carter move feels pretty good. and pretty important. The apparitions, the hidden gem. I think it's pretty important. Pretty important that we hit the shop. Shovel! You know what card I think is kind of good? Splash. I think this card's pretty good. I'm not going to buy it. Not right now. But I think this card is pretty good. And it's pretty good on a character like Defect, who can bulk up. There's a lot of really good attacks. A lot of them do say the word Osti on them. Those are disappointing. But I've been very happy with this card. Like, extremely happy with this card when I've added it to my deck. Like, extremely happy. It way outperformed where I thought it would. How do we win fights? Let's not think about that. Let's move on. Man, if this were right before the shop, we'd grab the foul potions. Instead, we got a Gambler's Brew, which is a good one. All right. Will it be necessary to use a power pot in this fight? Boy, it sure might be. Let's do it now. Creative AI, I guess. I guess. So Glacier Defend or Glacier Loop? We're not going to proc Letter Opener. I might do the Loop instead of the Defend. Loop Plus. It does say Plus. I do like it when they say plus. Okay, maybe cool-headed and see what we find, or is it just simply bulk up, boost away, charge battery? It's probably that. Let's bulk. Taking some damage though. So we lost our upgrades. So our defrag is sad. Everything is sad. I'm sad. Hologram or FTL maybe? We just want to find our apparitions. And that's our only card draw. Lightning Rod, Defrag, and maybe just Defend. That will at least, it'll proc the Letter Opener. That's damage. We're gonna take 1 billion. Do have the Loop Plus in play, where like I'm a little tempted to play the Zap. I guess the Lightning Rod will do it at the start of the next turn. Multi-Spurp after you do a big win or death. Maybe. Maybe Faraday Wave. Are you... I see. I see. Okay, yeah. Potentially. Alright, let's Hidden Gem. Maybe we'll hit the Apparition. That's not it. You got a J-Beck? Good. All right, so we hit iteration with replay, which is pretty disappointing. Voltaic doesn't generate that much. Damn. So we have to keep the intangible rocking and rolling. So hotfix, apparition. Can't believe the hidden gem hit apparition. It sucks. Unfortunately, iteration doesn't do anything. I guess I just didn't play the boost away when I saw it. I mean, I didn't know this would be the one to get replay. It feels bad. I mean, Voltaic, I'm just going to play it. Also procs letter opener, which is most of our damage. Can Gambler's Brew as needed. Echo Form, okay. I mean, I guess maybe play the Echo Form. Echo Form FTL. We don't want all of our cards to disappear. Let's play that one. So keeping in mind that whatever we play will get double played. We're running low on cards. Double buffer, hotfix, lightning rod. Or maybe double glacier is better. Let the buffer go. Hotfix lightning rod still. What a mess. So hidden gem and then probably use the Gambler's Brew because we have to kill this guy. All right, so we're going to use the Gambler's Brew on 3 cards. So we'll do these 3. Oh, okay. Did I know it would work like that? All right, we're blocking fully. God, what a mess. 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 Get me out. Get me out. Synthesis. No. I think this is a skip. Maybe turbo? Yeah, turbo nice with iteration. Especially if iteration gets hit by our freaking hidden gem. Hidden gem has been kind of disappointing this run. Hidden gem has made this run harder. Harder than it needs to be. So going to a campfire to upgrade our defrag feels pretty nice. I think there's a bunch of upgrades the deck still wants. We want to upgrade our defrag. We kind of want to upgrade the hologram because whatever hidden gem hits, we need to be able to pull back up. But I think defrag is just a stronger upgrade. Ripple Basin. Good, we don't attack anyway. So this is 4 block just about every single turn. Mechanite. All right, we're gonna bulk up. We're gonna chill. We're gonna boost away. And we're gonna boost away again. Voltaic needs to be upgraded for the boss too. Ideally. Okay, may end up needing to do a liquid memories on a glacier. I wouldn't be surprised. Alright, I guess I'll just play 3 cards for letter opener. Hey, apparition! Would you look at that? Right on time. Apparition is never late nor early. Apparition is there exactly when you need it. Just this once. All right, hidden gem to hit Voltaic. Come on. It's never happened, and it's never going to happen, but one of these days. I guess if there's any turn to dual cast, it's when we have, you know, an extra 8 temporary focus. And there's no need to play the turbo, we've got enough statuses. So Voltaic, defend. Excuse me, lightning rod, defend. I'm not gonna play the Voltaic for almost nothing. But we may need to liquid memories it, we'll see. Alright, we got our mega hotfix. No, then I can't FTL. Ah, not again. I made this mistake previously. That's a pretty good block though. Voltaic still only 5. But it would do 18 damage, 18 by 5. Not quite enough. I'm just gonna eat 16. Making mistakes and then making same mistakes again. A true S, slay the sparkle. Well, it's one of those things that I was confused about a certain interaction early on where you could draw 3 cards with a multi-played hidden gem. Yeah, the replay messes with your mental memory. It does. Now, unfortunately, I could have said maybe justified by drawing exactly 10 and not drawing that extra card because we would leave 1 in the draw pile. And the 1 card it left was a burn. Yeah, hidden gem has been a hidden disappointment. So let's zap, put the glacier in the back. Frost orb in the back, I should say. Okay, so let's FTL, see what we find. We can still block for a lot here. And so we can gain 14 through dual cast, or 8 plus 4 through defend. Still not dead. So I'm not going to use the potion. Hidden Gem will hit Voltaic here. So we're not going to Cool-Headed, because we don't want to draw it yet. But he's dead next turn. We're going to hit him with the biggest Voltaic of his life. So it'll do 10, then 20, then 40, then 80. Red Mask. Enemies start weak? Good. Trash to Treasure. Whenever you create a status card, channel 1 random orb. Probably no. Shadow Shield Plus? It does just simply block for 15. Sure. So we're gonna head just straight up through here. Hopefully this will just like heal us. It's not healing us. I guess we'll go with that. So upgraded Turbo and one of the Shadow Shields. Okay, Slimed Berserker, please be nice. Please be nice. Clumsy's like a heal? Clumsy's, yeah. Okay, let's Cool-Headed, see what we draw. Apparition. Is it the loop or the lightning rod? I think the loop. And I guess I didn't need to play the boost away with all the slimes since we had the Ripple Basin. Machine Learning. It's a good one. I'm not going to play the cards just to proc Letter Opener. Done a very good job of drawing the apparitions exactly when he's not attacking, so that's cool. So we can chill, Shadow Shield, Shadow Shield. Definitely need to play the iteration. Hidden Gem, you're not in the right spot. Have to play iteration. We've got all those slimes. And I think Lightning Rod defend better than Glacier here. Alright, so we do have things that we can maybe use to not die. So let's Hidden Gem and see what we hit. Shadow Shield. Alright, let's just find the Shadow Shield. Oh my god. Hidden Gem. Hidden Gem! Hidden Gem! Alright, we played that one. And if we need to Liquid Memories it, next turn we will. But I guess we maybe won't need to. Hidden Gem. see if we can find another source of... Oh, okay, yeah. Wow. What is this? Droplet of precognition? Choose a card in your draw pile and add it into your hand? I'm sorry, what the hell is this? I've never seen this potion before. I don't think. Is this rare? This gotta be rare. Seek in a potion with hidden gem? Oh my god. All right, I think this deck actually likes capacitor. At this point, we've added enough dark orbs. So do we... Boy. Liquid Memories or Beetlejuice? You've seen this potion so many times in your runs? Huh. And you finally beat Act 3 for the first time? That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen this. I mean, maybe I have. No, I'm gonna keep the Liquid Memories. Looks like it adds a card you choose instead of fetching it. What is the difference? We're not gonna draw it, if that's maybe the distinction you're trying to make. You have double the card you want. What? One now, one later? Choose a card in your draw pile and add it into your hand. Oh. You're saying it makes a copy? I don't think so. I realize add it maybe is confusing instead of put it, but I suspect it's just the same as, yeah, the card Seek from Slay the Spire 1. Maybe add it is confusing, but I suspect it's like the same as put it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is Anchor better than card remove? I kind of think so too. I was thinking that same thing. Right, because honestly, Clumsy isn't that bad. Yeah, the wording on some things is... Yeah, might have some room for improvement. But yeah, I think I agree with Apples and Fruits here. I think the Anchor is better than card removal. No point to getting one random potion. Do we think we can even... I mean, this is so unlikely to succeed. But setting 1 is pointless, because I don't think we would replace either of these potions. Setting 2 is unlikely to succeed, but we'll try it. Yeah, time to be embarrassed. Time to be embarrassed. Feeling a little embarrassed already. Okay. All right, we rest here. Regal Pillow, still serving us well. Yeah, our full defense. Yeah, I know, right? This is incredibly shocking. Brewski's right. All right. Hidden Gem. Glacier. All right. And do we focus on the Queen? We're going to be making Dark Orbs, so we almost kind of can't. But she's spookier than the torch head. Got him with the letter opener. Didn't even upgrade our Voltaic. That's all right. We won't need it. We're only going to play it once. We only need it once. We're going to give it replay. I don't want to grab the Glacier with replay yet before he does his multi-attack. But if I capacitor, it kind of feels okay to do that, right? And play the boost away. They're not really giving us any statuses. We will probably end up playing our iteration. Have a lot of frost orbs. All right, can play both apparitions. Probably do that instead of the white noise. Obviously on the white noise, we're just gonna hit it with our hidden gem on the shuffle. Obviously, right? Right. Still like bulk up here. Letter opener, yeah, I know. Letter opener MVP. Can't play the cool-headed. We'll just hotfix chill. I'm okay with letting the chill exhaust, I think. Found the apparition. Means we can't loop. What if instead charge battery dual cast loop? So that would be 10, 7, and then 6. And then 4. So I think we let the apparition fall off. Shoot. I guess we have to hologram that Glacier, huh? So does that mean we don't get to play the defrag? Could use the liquid memories, which would let us defrag. Also lets us keep the hologram. Yeah, I'm gonna do it like that. Okay, lightning rod, defend, charge battery. Hidden gem, hit something good, please. That's not what I had in mind. Can't even hologram it because it's still bound. So we could hologram just like, what, charge battery? Unless it's better to just keep the hologram in the deck, that actually might be better. Maybe better to play the zap and then pass the turn. That probably is better. We may need this zap, or excuse me, the hologram. Kind of a feels bad. Speaking of feeling bad. You can hollow the gem next turn. Can I? Okay, so I guess I will play the white noise and hope that it gives us... I don't even know. That's not it. Oh, one of those had to... Oh, alright. Yeah, one of those had replay. I guess I should have known that was possible. Machine learning actually still pretty good. This is our Glacier with replay. So if I want to keep invoking the lightning, I think I play Lightning Rod and the Glacier with replay. Unfortunately, drew a bunch of dazeds here, so iteration may not draw us more next turn. Yeah, that's all of our dazeds. Found them both right away. Not how we wanted it. Calipers would be good here. So Hidden Gem, what you gonna hit? How strong is Defect compared to the other classes? I feel like it's weaker, but that could just be because I'm weaker. I feel like I've got a pretty good feeling for Necrobinder, and Necrobinder seems really strong. Uh-oh. Technically, Voltaic could kill, question mark? No. But technically, Voltaic and Dual Cast could. Any way to full block? If FTL finds Defend with the replay 3. I don't think that still gets us there, does it? Roll to Bones and just hope Voltaic hits mostly the Torch Head, and then when we dual cast, we end up killing him. And then we celebrate? Is that the only line that's not death? I kind of think so. Yeah, I think it's time to YOLO. Right, because even the Defend... Because we got 3 decks, but we're frail, so I think it's just back to standard value. I think it just goes to 5, so it's 15. So it would just be 15, 15 block, and then we would do the 13. And then we gain 4. We've already generated our orb. But we are looping, which already triggered. So those are all in place. Yeah, I think there's no more surprise block other than the Ripple Basin. I think if you're trying to A10 win streak, Defect is probably worse than the other characters because there's a harder time going infinite. And forcing infinite seems like the most consistent way to win streak on other characters. I think I agree with that analysis. Apples and fruits. All right. Voltaic, roll the bones. That was not it. That was mostly on the queen. I wasn't prepared for this. Yikes. That felt like That run was tough. I don't know. I just felt like I was barely scraping by the entire time. I really like the design of Defect, though. Like, even that loss felt kind of good. I felt like there were lots of little decisions that could be different. Yeah, it didn't have a damage solve. Hidden Gem underperformed. Hidden Gem, big underperform. Yeah, Queen asks for a lot of damage. Okay. All right. Well, when was Hidden Gem picked up? Floor 3. There's probably a lot of card ads that should have been skips. But I agree. The deck did kind of last, you know, miss having a direction. And I feel like there were a lot of just really bad shuffles. I think that's the problem with Hidden Gem, right? So much depends on the order that your initial deck is shuffled in. But like one card that was interesting that was added was like Iteration, which, you know, I did add before Vantum, and it did serve me well because, you know, he creates wounds in your deck. But like that's a card that maybe just shouldn't have been added, among many others, right? Because Hidden Gem hitting Iteration felt really bad. And yeah, the early bulk up thought I'd give you, yeah, exactly. Right, bulk up was picked up even before Hidden Gem. Right, so it was bulk up and Hidden Gem. Now bulk up is a bad hit. Oh, this is highlighting where it got upgraded? Did I remove that bulk up? Huh. Did this bulk up get removed at some point? I'm confused by what the screen is showing me. But yeah, I did pick up a lot of the focus stuff, and maybe that was just wrong. Maybe the play there was after bulk up and Hidden Gem, completely disregard. Like I picked up the early Glacier, but maybe should have just not. Glacier Cool-Headed Chaos. Removed by the bug and you grabbed it in the reward screen. Ah, okay, that's why it's showing up here. The Thieving Hopper, I see. Okay, I understand now. I understand now. So it was picked up for a second time on this floor. Yeah, I wonder if the mistake was all the way back as far as floor 4, grabbing the Glacier. Hidden Gem and bulk up was sufficient, where I can just say, all right, full Battle Droid. Boost Away is still great. Even Uproar would have been fine. Sunder is fine. Could have just grabbed Boost Away here instead of Lightning Rod. I probably should have just done that. My previous experience was that a lot of the orb stuff is kind of a little meh. But it seemed other people didn't think that, so I don't know. Did you see many claws? I remember seeing one, and it was later. It was at a point where I wasn't going to pick it up. But Hidden Gem plus Claw, obviously, there's something to that. Dang. Well, we went 1 for 1. 1 for 1 with the bot. Not bad. Not bad. All right, I'm gonna send you guys over to Japanese Export. I'm gonna call it because I've got some buddies who want to play a co-op run, so I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, the first deck was sweet. First deck was really fun. Second deck was still fun, but I don't know. I really do like Defect. I think Defect's a really fun design. So that's where I'm gonna call it. So to all of you, wherever you are in the world, thanks for joining. Make it a good one. Ta-ta.